I'm a stepper, I'm a slide, I'm all in. For my people, I'm a ride, I'm all in. I'm done appearing your provider until the end. And I put it on my family ties, I'm destined to win. I'm a stepper, I'm a slide, I'm all in. For my people, I'm a ride, I'm all in. I'm done appearing your provider until the end. And I put it on my family ties, I'm destined to win. Generational wealth, it brings freedom or death. But this is holy breath, so I'm freeing myself. I got knowledge of self and a hell of a breath. Keep a positive vibe, strategic when I step. You went against the grain and you slandered my name. Betrayed our sacred trust and brought us both shame. I'm talking pure pain. How could you envy me? I was my brother's keeper. How could you do this me? I heard your solid hits and all that sneak dissing. This is God's plan. You plotted but you missed me. So as I unfold, witness my success. I'm a phoenix in flight, fearless in the face of death. So while I'm still here, I'm applying pressure. I know these devils jealous and my enemies are zealous. I keep my head on the swivel even though I'm really careless. This scimitar's for the beast, so don't get beheaded. I'm a stepper, I'm a slide, I'm all in. For my people, I'm a ride, I'm all in. I'm done appearing your provider until the end. And I put it on my family ties, I'm destined to win. I'm a stepper, I'm a slide, I'm all in. For my people, I'm a ride, I'm all in. I'm done appearing your provider until the end. And I put it on my family ties, I'm destined to win. Whatever happened to the love we open enemies? My only vision of unity is vivid memories. I used to feel that the struggle was the bond that made us brothers. Why must we fight on each other? In the end, we all suffer. Crabs in the trap falling by climbing, reaching for freedom. But our future seeds are dying young as a shortage of leaders. I just buried my comrade and he used to serve the people. Then I watched the people betray him and justify the evil. Even though the angels are present, demons are in the sky. They contemplating on my demise, and this I can't deny. My ministry of death is immortal love divine. The epic will of Allah in the seventh of the time. Last of a valiant breed, but I'm willing to sacrifice. Yeah, these are trying times of affliction, many stripes. Every passion of my life is to be a living legend and lead my people to liberation, cause I was destined.
Pamela Paul, editor of the New York Times Book Review and author.
Islam, Moors want to rise upon the seven and give all praises to the great God Allah, our Father God Allah, and I rise upon the seven, giving praises to the great God Allah. And honors to his holy prophet, honors to our holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali, El Hajj Sharif Abdul Ali, that is. Give honors to my Moorish kin once again, here, there, and everywhere. And therefore honors to all of you who are continuously honoring yourselves by being yourselves. I give honors to my Grand National Seal, honors to my Grand National Emblem, National Flag, Divine Constitution and bylaws, and honors to all of you who are living manifestation and personification of everything, and I mean everything, that our holy prophet brought to make us a nation. I want to give honors to all the Moors that are on the manifest in this new era and time, those who are indeed builders of nations, those who are indeed on the front line to uplift fallen humanity. And this is special measure that I have to bring on the manifest is grand drawing, because there was a lot of information in a discussion that I had last night that our Moorish kin wasn't able to see. And so we want to bring a lot of that to the manifest as I am on my own time. And also we will be opening up the floor to allow some Moors to come up in here if they choose to come forth and demonstrate, dealing with questions and answers and so forth and so on. And I just want to set the record straight in regards to dealing with the measures that was brought out here, in regards to dealing what it is that I'm bringing on the manifest in relation to dealing with the discussion last night. And the discussion had to do with who came first, the Mari or the Naga. And, you know, we understand how things go when we deal with politics out here in this internet family, you know, and I'm going to let you in. I'm going to share some things with you that unfolded today, actually, you know, as one's contacted me. And one actually tried to call me once I put it out there that I was getting ready to go live. And, you know, trying to hinder the process. So I had to block that special individual so I can move forward because I didn't want them calling in on the call. So let me give you the information here, you know, that I have on the manifest. My first thing I want to do is revisit the special drawing in regards to dealing with the conversation in general that was held, so to speak. And let me do this right here. I want to stop sharing my screen at this particular time. Well, actually, I don't even have it up here being shared. So all is well. But nevertheless, what I'm going to do at this particular time, I'm going to open up a measure here so that you can see what transpired, so to speak, behind closed doors. And you can get a grand insight into what actually took place. So what I want to do, I'm going to share some of this stuff, which I don't want to share all of it because it's a lot of naught being brought on the manifest in anything. But there are certain points that I want to show you so that you can have a point of clarity of where all this stuff right here come from. You know, the whole reason for the discussion. I'm one of the brothers that like to bring unity between our people and use information to unite our people. But all of our people don't want to be united. They don't want to be one. You know, this is one of the greatest upsets in the history of our people. A lot of them do not want to be brought into a union. They would only like to be separated. So let me scroll this over here. And then once we get there, I can give you, I'm gonna share the screen, so to speak, so you can see what's going on. And this is going to deal with this. It's two different individuals. The one that I actually had convo with in the discussion, and this is another one that's actually following. They're part of the same group, so to speak. Yeah, I guess it'll let me get about right. Okay. I don't want to put too many superfluities up here. I want to get straight to the point and get up out of it. Okay. Now I share my screen. A lot of my traffic is not usually live traffic. They usually come later, so I'm all good with that anyway. Some may show up here and there. And all is well. Give honors to everybody, too, that have subscribed to my particular channel, you know, because it can only grow. It can only get greater. Let's see. I want to say this is the one here. Okay. So let me start it and let you hear what's going on here. Okay.
But if you come from me, but when you sitting here talking shit about Kush,
you're him. You ain't Kush
down on Bantu Naga Kush like
you really
for your dome. Don't play.
Nigga, we coming at your top.
Don't
no remorse.
I ain't got no problem with the Moors being part of the religious narrative. I applaud them for that, and I applaud them for they strides towards, you know what I'm saying, being self-sufficient.
Yeah,
right. I'm saying, because Noble Draw, he did, but he bought that
information.
Yes,
yeah.
Right. He was one of the only master teachers that did that. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And so I'm never against what he bringing, but
Yeah, for our people.
this stuff, these Moorish friends groups be talking about, it's not the same thing that the prophet brought.
Facts,
and I'm not gonna let these faker Moors shit all over them.
Faker Moors.
I'm not gonna let faker Moors.
Okay, so I want to stop right there because you can already see what that was going into. And we're going to address this especially. Now, this is a person that is not part and parcel of the MST of A, claim to have been a part of the MST of A at one time. And wasn't in it for very long, but is now claiming various different remixes, so to speak, of different measures, referring to oneself as a Naga Kushite. First and foremost, we are very familiar with the name of the Naga, that were in the Mero Kushite Valley civilization. But this particular civilization was only 1,000 years old. That don't mean that Kush itself was only 1,000 years old, but this Naga civilization, and I'm going to show you that once I begin to open up and go into my measure, because I'm going to actually go through everything that I wasn't able to go through when I was in the discussion. So nevertheless, this is one that's trying to act like they are in defense of the prophet and calling, the Moorish American government a fringe group, faker Moors and whatever the case may be. And I do know that there are Moors that are supposed to be part of their particular body. They got some individuals in there that claim they are Moors and they Naga Moors all of a sudden. But what they fail to realize is there is no place on the map that's called Naga. So you're going to find that when I get into the discussion with the other brother, he was trying to attach the Naga, and you probably already seen it, to Nigeria. Then he attached them over to Tanzania. Then he went to the Igbo people, which we know all of our people are connected. But in their special case that they are demonstrating it, it has nothing to do with a nation. You see? And so we want to make it plain in regards to dealing with everything that's being brought on the manifest. And we want to make sure that our family can have a clear conception outside of the conjecture that is being brought forth here. And you're going to see that a lot of individuals have been playing with our people's intelligence, and that they are charlatans, so to speak. They are seeking to deceive our people. You know what I mean? And this particular one has actually been one that has been all over the place anyway, the brother that you hear speaking, because he has no idea as to whether or not he is who he is or if he's something else. At one time he would tell you that this Naga people was attached to India, but once I started exposing certain measures, they jumped ship on that, and to keep that from being brought up in the discussion. So we stayed off of that special measure. And it's a lot that we have, like I say, to bring on the manifest, Moorish Ken. And we want to make sure our family get the whole truth and nothing but the truth, So help them God. What I'm going to do right now, because I know that probably ain't sharing right there that I have in front of me. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to stop sharing this here, and I'm going to open up another tab. And in this other tab, I'm going to show you who this brother is claiming to be a follower of. And we can actually go right here. These are the Kushites he claimed to be a follower of. This is a sister that actually married a European into the Kushite line. Some people may be familiar with her. You got Moors calling themselves Tamari Kush. And she calling herself Queen Sheba III, Queen Sheba. And at one time, pardon self, Moorish Ken. 1 second. Islam, she... Yes, sir, Islam. No, I'm setting out right now. You got to go to my page. I just put the link in there. Yeah, that's some stuff they put out there. Yeah, ain't got nothing to do with me. Yeah. No, it's not in there. It's on my page. You got to go to my page. Yeah, because I left that line in demonstration. Yes, sir. You come on there and click that link and you'll see me on here demonstrate. Yes, sir. I sent it to actually all the Moors. Let me send it again for you though. 1 second, family. Y'all hold fast. Let me send this link over to my grand sheet. All right. Islam, brother Marvin Edwards Bay. We see you, Mo. Okay. You can hear me, Sheik? Yeah, I was speaking to the brother Marvin Edwards Bay. I see him showing up on the screen while I'm getting this link to you. Yes, sir. I'm finna drop it in here right now on you.
Get all over Noble Drew Ali's stuff.
Nah, for real though. And what he represented, what he
He
stand for.
didn't push this same crap that these dudes talking. He never said nothing about.
Yeah, that's it's clicking into that thing as I tried to click off to get you on here. It's going into that other stuff they got going on. Because I'm peeking in certain measures up here to let the people hear what's going on. Can you hear me, Sheik? Yeah, no, on this tablet, when I tried to back out so I can go to Facebook to send you this link, that other video came on. So I'm trying to open up another page for you. Yeah, hold fast, family. I'll be right with you after I get this link to my grand sheet. All right. All right. Okay, I'm gonna send it to all 3 pages, Sheik. Okay. All right. Yeah, you should have got it just then. Okay, I'm gonna send it to that one. That's all 3 pages there. It's on my page though. If you were to just click on my page, the link is right there. But I just sent them to all 3 of your pages. Islam. Okay. Gratitude. Okay, yes, family, pardon self. I'm trying to get my sheikhin in. Peace to you, brother Marvin Edwards Bay. Want to give honors to you for that grand drive, for just showing up. So what I'm getting into, Moorish Ken, in regards to dealing with this special drawing, as I was just showing you, you have people that are speaking on being, as they call it, Cushites, and they are not demonstrating the Cushitic empire that you are familiar with. You see? And so these are the people that were born out, of the marriage of this sister to the European, of this empire. This is supposed to be the house of Shabar. She's claiming to be a descendant of King Menelik. You see her with the headdresses on, everybody around her, they all look like our people should look, basically. This is supposed to be the imperial throne. Some of you are already familiar. I was looking at the sister, a while back, and then I come to find that, this sister was in the bed with the adversary, so to speak. And so this is what this Cushitic empire it's starting to look like now, as if the amalgamation in the beginning wasn't enough. But this is what they demonstrating over there. And you can go and look at it yourself. That's the system. So I'm gonna stop sharing that real quick. Those brothers claiming to be of the Cushitic bloodline, that's the line that they are tracing themselves back through. And the sister is being recognized by a lot of European powers, so to speak. But we can see that the colonialization is already involved with that special movement. But I ain't gonna go so much into that. But that is not the Cushitic Empire of Meroe that was over 1,000 years old. And the key was, is the Mari, older than the Naga? And like I said, I'm gonna bring it out and show you in the information to come, that the Mari is older than what they call the Naga. Now, when you get into the Cushitic dynasty and you talk about ancient Kush go back into antiquity. But this Naga thing that they're adding on, which is dealing with the Naga civilization, again, you're going to see that it ain't got nothing to do with what they're talking about. The brother was also saying that Noble Drew Ali was demonstrating Cushitic degrees. He didn't say nothing about, no Moors. Well, he said he didn't say nothing about no Moab. He didn't say anything about the Indus Kushite Valley civilization. We know that's a lie if we have read chapter 47 in our Moorish Holy Quran. If you read the Moorish Holy Quran, Prophet Noble Drew Ali has spoken of the Hindus, and the Muslims of Kush and so forth and so on. So we ain't even got to go there. But what I want to do, because our Moorish kin may have been, a little setback after we had got the call, we're going to open this measure up so you can get it, as plain and clear as it comes. Let me make sure that I get the right video up here. And I want to make sure that I open everything up and give it to you just like it is. So it won't be said that I'm making things up here. So, okay, there we go right there. And I'm going through my notes up here. So I'm going to start it back again at the 15 mark so you can hear this and get the drawing off of this, what is being said here.
With the Moors Divine National Movement.
No, because I'm saying not no more. But if you coming from
but
yeah, but if you
you sitting here talking shit about Kush,
you hear me? You ain't Kush
on Bantu Naga Kushite.
You hear
me? For your dome.
Bantu Naga Kushite. Where's that on the map?
No remorse.
I ain't got no problem with the Moors being part of the religious narrative. I applaud them for that, and I applaud them for they strides towards, you know what I'm saying, being self-sufficient.
Yes.
Right. You know what I'm saying? Because Noble Drew Ali did, but he bought that
information.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. He was one of the only master teachers that did that. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And so I'm never against what he bringing, but this stuff, these Moorish friends groups we talking about, is not the same thing that the prophet brought. And I'm not gonna let these faker Moors shit all over.
Faker Moors.
I'm not gonna let faker Moors shit all over.
You gotta excuse their ignorance, Moorish kin, but nevertheless, that's that NBC mindset.
He didn't push this same crap that these dudes talking. He never said nothing about the Maurya Empire. He never saying that stuff. Nigga, you open up chapter 47 of Circle 7 Quran, chapter 2. It said old man Kush and his family. It don't say nothing about Moab. It don't say nothing about Canaan. It don't say nothing about the Hindus. It don't say nothing about none of them. It said Ham and Kush and their families. Oh man,
right. And that's it.
Now you heard that right, family. He said that in the prophet's teachings, that he didn't say nothing about no old man Ham. He didn't say nothing about he didn't say nothing about the Moabites. He didn't say nothing about the Indians or the Hindu. So when you look at this, Moors, we already know this brother burn up from the start when it comes to knowing what it is Prophet Noble Drew Ali taught. You see? And so what it boiled down to is those who are reaching for straws to create a narrative of something that don't exist. And so it's our duty to bring clarity to our family, and give them divine insight into as to what it is Prophet Noble Drew Ali taught. We're not here to deceive you. We're not here to mislead you. We're here to give you the truth, as the truth was given to us, because that's what Noble Drew Ali taught the Moorish American Muslims. Now, I want to show you before I even go forward, right here on how it contradicts everything that has been stated. And this is just laying a foundation. Like I say, we got a better drawing to go into, but this is just showing you how deluded our people are. So let me share the screen real quick. Okay. There we go. And I'm going to blow it up for you too so you can really get it. That's chapter 47 that he was quoting from. He said it didn't mention nothing about the Canaanites, and didn't mention nothing about the Moabites, and it didn't mention nothing about the Hinduist Kushite Valley civilization and so forth and so on, right? But in all actuality, what he failed to realize when it speaks of the Canaanites, it says the capital empire and dominion of Africa, the inhabitants of Africa are descendants of the ancient Canaanites. That's the first thing the prophet said, from the land of Canaan. Old man Cush and his family are the first inhabitants of Africa who came from the land of Canaan, right? He said his father Ham and his family was second. Then came the word Ethiopia, which means demarcation line of the dominion of Amexem, the first true and divine name of Africa, the dividing of the land between the father and son. The dominion of Cush, northeast and southeast Africa, northwest and southwest, was his father's dominion of Africa. In later years, many of their brethren from Asia and the Holy Lands joined them. The Moabites from the land of Moab, there he is talking about the Moabites, whom received permission from the pharaohs of Egypt to settle and inhabit in West Africa. They were the founders and are the true possessors of the present Moroccan Empire. So we never confuse who we are with being Moroccans as well. We are descendants of the ancient Moabites who were the founders and the possessors of the Moroccan Empire. It was our ancestors who founded that. With the Canaanite, Hittite, Amorite brethren who sojourned from the land of Canaan seeking new homes. And for those who don't know about Canaan, when you go into that special drawing, you understand exactly what's being demonstrated because you're talking about an indigenous place, of the original people of that special land. We call it the Garden of Eden, the holy city of Mecca, right? So I want to give you another drawing here. And this is going to come from our Moorish Holy Quran as well. And as we go into this special drawing, this is the other portion. Better yet, our Prophet Noble Drew Ali wrote 4 books. And those books had to do with, that's one of the chapters that you've seen right there. And we have another measure in the book of Ali, which is the book that was compiled by our chairman to remind us, of those 4 books that were brought, and it's just a grand draw, and I'm going to put it that way, but I'm finna go into that special measure as well, and I'm going to open that up for you so you can see the rest of this. Okay, there we go, right there. Okay, so I want you to see this because this is another chapter from the same 4 books, because we want to mention the other portion too, where he said that Prophet Noble Drew Ali didn't mention anything about, these people from India, because we covered the Canaanites that he said wasn't mentioned. We covered the Moabites, but he failed to cover, this particular portion of the script. Let me share my screen again. And it comes right here. Book of Ali. Now, if you notice, this coming out of the same book. I just had a screenshot of the other page, so I had to open the book up here. Divine origin of the Asiatic nations. And as I stated in the particular measure last night, Asiatic has to do with being earthbound. If anybody know anything about the history of the teachings of the Zohar, or books like the Kabbalah or the Sefer Yetzirah, they all refer to the earth plane in what they like to call Hebrew language, which was really Proto-Canaanite or Proto-Sinaitic, which actually come from the ancient Moabites. In this particular work, they call the land Asia. That's what they call the physical earth, Asia. You see? And we can get into that, in the minute as well for those who don't comprehend the title Asiatic. So if you go here, it states the fallen sons and daughters of the Asiatic nation need to learn to love instead of hate. See, that's a lesson them brothers need to really draw off of. And know of their higher self and their lower self. This is the uniting of the Holy Quran of Mecca. No ones don't comprehend that if they ain't been taught that. For the teaching and instruction of all, or instructing of all Moorish Americans. The key of civilization was and is in the hands of the Asiatic nations, the Moorish, who were the ancient Moabites and the founders of the holy city of Mecca, right? The Moabites are the founders of the holy city of Mecca. So this means that the Moabites were the ancient inhabitants of this special land in the holy city of Mecca. You see, it says the Egyptians, who were the Hammatites and of a direct descendant of Mitzrayim, the Arabians, and the seed of Hajar, the Japanese and Chinese. I'm going to prove all of this right here, just like I did last night, but I'm going more in depth when I get to my slide. So the Hindus of India, the descendants of the ancient Canaanites, Hittites, and Moabites from the land of Canaan. The Hittites are known as the Keta in ancient Kemet, the Ketasar. You see, that's one of the names of them, who are also affiliated with the Marasa, you see. And we're going to get into that later, because that's when you get all over there into the land of dealing with, the Assyrians and, all of these particular nations that come from the line of the Kanana. But we'll get into that in a minute. Kanana is, a Comedian word or a Proto-Sinaitic word that refers to Canaan, by the way. So we're dealing with language and all as we go over these special measures. So I'm going to stop sharing this right here and move to our next portion that we got. And because we got to draw these claims into the opening so our people can know what it is that we demonstrating and why we referring to this as a full rebuttal to these brothers that I'm calling the Naga Boule, the NGA Boule. They want to be, at least, because they have clicked up in opposition against the truth. And there are many who are actually supporting them in this opposition. And we're going to expose all of that. And you're going to see why things went the way they did when it come to dealing with that special discussion last night. In honest to all who showed up and peeked into this special measure. So now we're going to go to another portion in this same video and let you brothers hear this right here. This is another one of the little claims they put out here, because we want to, let these individuals basically speak themselves into the pit of insufficiency, that they dug for themselves. So let me get this particular measure here, and I'm going to share my screen again so that you Moors can bear witness to what I'm putting up here, and then we'll be ready to go. Okay, so that's at 1950. Okay, here we go right here. Let me share the screen with you. The best is yet to come, family. We got a grand measure to put out here. We just getting all the superfluities out the way right now. Okay, so we're going to go back here, share this again.
Let me keep going, bro. Y'all still with us?
Oh yeah, we still here.
All right, let me keep going, man. You know what I'm saying?
What the topic was? The topic was who come first, the Maori the Naga. You know what I'm saying? And we're not gonna buzz from off of that topic. We're not gonna let them move the goalposts to nothing else. You know what I'm saying? And when you say that, we are not talking about Indian Naga. I am Igbo. You know what I'm saying? That is Naga Ori. You know what I'm saying? Brother Anu is Niga. You know what I'm saying? That is the Gabani people. That is Ghana. You know what I'm saying? We standing in Mother Africa. So when you see my opponent run to India, already just know he's running from his own death. You know what I'm saying?
The dude running, he's running and creating narratives. He's stretching in order to paint a narrative. See, he want to talk to y'all in this passive aggressive manner in order to seem like he the one with the level head and he's the one with the correct knowledge. It's not true. Just because a person talk nice and they speak eloquently, that does not mean that they're correct. Because once you start going through their information, you start seeing how they just start building stuff on top of stuff that has absolutely nothing to do with, you know what I'm saying, with their demonstration.
Okay. So you heard the one brother talking about they were trying to disassociate themselves with the Naga of India, because I had already told them that the Naga of India was also 1,000 years old. And the reason for this is because the Naga of India actually are an offshoot from the Naga of the Meroe dynasty of Kush. And when they ended up going into India, you know, Buddha was actually a part and parcel of the Naga. You know, he came through that lineage. He brought forth a system that we call Buddhism. And if you look at the old pictures of Buddha, you know, the ancient depictions, man, he is melanated as ever. He is sun-kissed as ever. You know, we all know this. This is something we all familiar with. However, there was a time where those who were coming from that lineage later descended away from, you know, those special teachings, and they began to discriminate. And that's where the Dravidians, which were known as the untouchables, came into play. So it took the Marian brother, who the brother made reference to earlier, saying Noble Drew Ali didn't teach nothing about that. A Marian brother by the name of Ashoka. And Ashoka was mentioned in the literatures of Prophet Noble Drew Ali, you know, dealing with the historical measures in relation to dealing with Moorish America. You know, and he tell you about Ashoka, you know, which was a Marian. And the word Marian actually means Moor. You see? See, this is what they don't want to tell you. So it took the Moors to come back and civilize that brother Ashoka, who became a king. He gave up all of his wealth, throwed it away, and got on the mission of the path of Buddha, of enlightened one, and ended up becoming a king. And he had 21 rock edicts, you know, over there in an area that is actually known as Shabazz Garhi. You see, Shabaz, Shabazz Garhi. So the 21 rock edicts of Ashoka are located in that area. They have 14 and 7. You know, the prophet drawed off of them 3 sevens. You know, so that's just a jewel on the way as we go into this measure. So there's a connection between the Meroe Kushite and the Indus Kushite Valley civilization. You'll hear me talking about this a lot, you know, but when it comes down to dealing with this Indus Kushite civilization through which the Indic Naga come from, they too again were only over 1,000 years old. And this is what I was trying to get the judges to look at. Now, when you talk about the original Kushites, they go back further into antiquity. Ain't no doubt about that, you know, but we're not talking about, you know, the Kushites. We're talking about the Meroe Kushites and those ones that they talking about are Naga Kushites, which it ain't no such thing, you know, as you put it on the map in that particular way there, but they're just drawing off of what they try to find in the root N, G, and A. And then they took it all over the place, which we're going to expose that as well in a minute. So we want you to follow me, and I'm moving carefully because I want to make sure that my family get a drawing off of this and you get it just like it is. So we've seen that ones have painted a picture as if the prophet didn't even mention the Indus Kushite Valley civilization. But now I just debunked that in special measure, that he didn't, when he said that he didn't teach about Canaan, he didn't teach about Moab or India or the Mari. I just debunked that with the prophet's own teachings. But if somebody's not knowledgeable of this right here, they're going to eat it up. I ain't even got to tell some of the Moors that's listening to me right now. You know, I show them pictures of this. I show them the chapters because they already know what it is. But this is how people demonstrate. Our people are charlatans. You know, some of them, right? Now watch this, because it get greater, family. You know, we're going to continue to expose this. We can't let our people be misled and misguided, you know, by this buffoonery and coonery. And it's sad that ones have to waste time. Islam, Brother Body Bay, you know, if you are present once we get done, we definitely want to allow you to be able to come forth and demonstrate your measure as well. We're going to open it up and let y'all in here. You and Brother Marvin Edwards Bay, if you want to come in here. And anybody else out there that's listening and would like to come in here with questions and comments. And we can bring clarity if we need to in relation to anything it is that we demonstrate. You know, and you heard the brother say one demonstrating passive aggressive as if their own demonstration is the right way. And, you know, in other words, one is even envious of the way that a brother can come forth and demonstrate the truth with clarity without a lot of those NBC ad hominems and a bunch of cursing and hooping and hollering and carrying on. You know what I mean? But nevertheless, let us continue to go on. There's another mark in this same video. And let me make sure I get it at the right area. And then we'll open it up so you can hear what was said here. You know, see, they don't know that when you're dealing with somebody like me, you can't just say no any and everything, and then the people gonna run with what you saying, because I'm gonna put it out there. You know, I'm gonna expose exactly what was said. That way it ain't no misunderstanding. And this is just using their own words. So let me share my screen again. I'm gonna share it at this particular time. All right. And listen to this. Now, these are their claims. Now, I didn't put this in their mouth. This is what they said. I didn't say this. Listen to this.
Find out some of these deeper meanings for y'all, so y'all can see for yourself that Naga don't be we don't be doing no conjecture. It is what it is. It say what it say. We not into you know, masking things for people. None of that. So here we go. Right here, this is MR, more. It means sick, ill, disease, painful. Look, ain't no glyph for a person. There's no glyph for person. Ain't no glyph for persons on none of these. Check it out. Painful.
Now, I want y'all to remember, notice he said, ain't no glyph for a person, right? This is his premises of saying that this word and its root and Kemet, none of them represent or relate to a person, which would be Moors. And notice there's a lot of selective, we'll say, deciphering going on here. A lot of selective research, because one is scrolling through, you know, dictionary definition that was created by the European in relation to dealing with the words as far as they order. You know, actually other people end up translating them and they took the credit for it. But nevertheless, you know, you're going to notice that they select every negative word they could connect in order to make it look like, you know, more is something negative. And I already debunked this. If you ever see my video called If Africa Means Smoke, Then I Want All the Smoke. If you ain't ever seen it, you can go and look at it. I debunked, you know, the source from which they started this type of scholarship from, trying to take every negative word. But I'm going to show you all the positive words that are linked to this root, M and R. And they actually represent people. They represent stations and everything. I'm talking about it's like probably 70, 80 to 100 of them, you know, that they don't want you to know. So we're going to expose these ones, you know, as being disingenuous. But let him go on.
Painful. All of these. There's no glyph for people. None. So it's not talking about a group of people. Pain, ailment. Check it out. Pain, ailment. There's no glyph for people. There's no glyph for a plural indicator. It's not talking about that. Now check this out. Sorely. MR. Sick man. You see that? Sick man. MR. More, right? Now let's scroll over.
Now you notice that sister down there at the bottom, and she with them. But she said, I thought more was from water, sea, and thus sea people in Phoenicians. This is very important to pick up on, because you're going to find out exactly who those so-called sea people are. And you're going to find out as well, why this particular root also represent water. We'll get into that in a minute. We demonstrated it in our discussion last night, but we're going into depth tonight.
Look, boom, right there, a person. It's talking about a person. A sick man. There it is right there. And guess what? There's no plural indicator, so it's not talking about a group of people. I'm sorry. So here we go.
Now these are ones that don't know this language. They just scroll it up and down, finding the letters here, the M and the R, and they trying to find any letter that has a root. And this is to prove again that M and R don't refer to a person.
Another MR word, it means pyramid, mirror. Once again, as you see, they go to the triangle or the pyramid shaped joints to let you know that they're talking about mirrors or mountains. And there you go, pyramids. You got canals, artificial lake, that's also mirror. There you go. All of this. There's no plural indicator, there's no people right here. So it's not talking about people, it's not talking about a person, it's not talking about a group of people. So wherever they get this idea that more is in the meta-netter as a group of people, they're lying. They're lying to you. They're playing on the fact that you don't know. They're playing with your intelligence. Naga and I are here to play with your intelligence. We're here to set the record straight that Bantu, Naga, Kushite is one people. And we are the root people of the entire planet. Here we go again. Artificial lake, MRW, right? Our opponent, he said he puts up MARE as an indication of our people. And as you see, MR, I go back again, MRW or MARE, which where he would be putting up here. You see, they go to glyph for water, and you see that it means canals or artificial lakes. There it is. Check it out. And then right here, this is called a libation trough. This is where you pour the libations into. You see this? There's no people, there's no group indication. See that? Go down here. Now, this one right here, this is another word that says more. And you see it says weavers. Check it out. Show y'all we're not lying.
Now, you notice he said that more than represent people, and people had to be indicative by these symbols. But you see people here, right? You see, and these are weavers. In other words, people that will weave things together and so forth and so on, but they're being referred to with the root that he just said means more. So he just shot himself then, with that special measure. Now, if you look up under that, you're going to see the overseers of the weavers, so to speak, which is referred to as the emir more. You see, same people. And it shows you it don't have to have people there, in order for one to basically recognize that these are referring to actual people. I'm going to show that to you a couple of times throughout this measure. But they're looking at symbols, which the Europeans basically used to hide the true alphabet, like I said last night, because the original script from whence they got these letters from come from Hieratic, Demotic, and Coptic. They didn't come from these symbols. The European put these symbols on the side of these alphabets, to hide the true Hieratic, Demotic, and all of that, so you wouldn't be able to comprehend it. And that's what they failed to realize. At one time, I thought that this was something to be read. This is something to be meditated upon, deciphered in regards to dealing with metaphysics. For example, if you understand the nature of the owl, and you understand the essence of the owl, then how does it apply, on a spiritual level? The owl represent wisdom. Or if you're dealing with, this is special temple, so to speak, that we call a pyramid, then we can go into that a special measure and break that down. But they put these in alphabetical form like this and created their own alphabet out of the symbols. But it's over 1,000 different glyphs in ancient Kemet, family. So how do you make out those that wasn't included in the 24 that they chose to represent these letters? And we're going to get into that later, but just remember I said it. So he said that Moor ain't no people, but he pointed out people. And he's saying that they had to have people present in order for you to see that this word represented. And he said it out his own mouth. This is Moor right here, and they got people here.
Fluid indicator right there. There go the people. You see what I'm saying? These brothers are so disingenuous because they break away from the Moor Science Temple and they start creating their own narratives and shit. So here you go again. Overseer of the Weavers. Overseer of the Weavers.
One of the things he was showing was a map that was depicting the Mari Congo. You know what I'm saying? How he know it's not talking about the River Congo? You know what I'm saying?
And I'm gonna bring that up in a minute. The Mari Congo. See, they were shocked when I put that up, because I showed them on ancient maps that the word Mari was always used in relation to dealing with those seas that surround all the continents. And this is where we go into the Lemurian aspect, but we'll get to that in a minute.
Right.
It's like, and if you're not taking it back to the glyph and connecting it back to these indigenous African languages, then you will try to twist this shit and put your own conjecture on it.
So what they want to do, family, they want to go and find the letters N and G and use that N-G root and trace themselves back to what they call the Naga, you see. But we're going to show you something that go way beyond that in a minute. We're going to get real, up close and personal with this special truth. So we already see what's going on here. We see that ones are trying to pull the wool over the eyes of our people, but we're going to expose, these ones for what everything it is they bringing out here that ain't right. And we redeem in the name of the Moors, because the Moors have been misrepresented. They've been misrepresented by a lot of different ones who claim to be Moors, but they wasn't demonstrating, like they should be. So this is why now brothers like myself got to come back behind these ones and clean up. We got to clean up now, because these people have basically molested, the way of life, so to speak. They have tore it apart because they wasn't living like the prophet said that one should be living. So that's all we doing. We putting it out here. We exposing everything that claims to be helping our people, but is actually in all opposition to our people. So I just want to say I give honors to all of y'all for being present, because it's important we understand this, because once you get this information, you're going to see why it's necessary for you to embrace, what it is being put out here. We're not trying to beat you down with religion, and make you submit to God and all that type of demonstration. We're giving you historical information, once I go into my particular slide that I'm getting ready to go into, and it's a lot of information that's going to be valuable for all of you Moorish kin. So again, I want y'all to be on the ready, to get these drawings. So in this next particular portion, we're going to see also where they claimed that this Naga group that they talking about is the most ancient, and they said it actually already, but there is no Naga people on the map. While I'm talking right now, try to Google a Naga people on any ancient or modern map, and he admitted that it wasn't a map there. So how can the Naga be more ancient than the Mari when the Mari is on ancient and modern maps? You see, don't make no sense. If you a people and you really exist, then you really would find some place to be in existence on the plane of things made manifest on the earth. I ain't talking about taking no glyphs, and trying to make them say something, that you want them to say, because the glyph is not the language. Again, it's hieratic, Demotic, and Coptic. And I'm in the process of trying to deal with some transliteration. That's going to be a grand project for us Moors to take upon. We're going to start translating some of these scripts, transliterating them, and we're going to give it, the proper justice, so to speak. Because Prophet Noble Ali told the Moors, when you get the pen, it's time you write the history. You see, so we gonna write the history. That way we ain't got to worry about what Champollion said. That way we ain't got to worry about what Gaston Maspero said. That way we ain't got to depend on what E.A. Waite said, Gerald Massey, and all of these other Europeans that came up with these measures. But let you hear this here.
Predate the Naga. He's mistaken.
Now notice he taking an English word now and choosing, again, selective research. You choose the most negative definition of a thing that ain't got nothing to do with people. It's roots that go to people in the English dictionary that deal with more. Y'all seen them, but it's also other words that have to do with the word more that don't deal with people. We all know that. But why are you being so disingenuous to give us definitions of things that ain't got nothing to do with the topic? And that's where they actually are trying to mislead the people. And it's actually a disrespect to the audience to think that they are so stupid or ignorant to accept this foolishness.
He's highly mistaken. Go ahead, Ruben. Go ahead and cook a little bit, man.
Yeah, because when you talk about the Naga from the perspective that we're talking about from a Black African's perspective. Go back to Naga Kush.
Hold up. He talking about from a Black African perspective. With all due respects, even the brother that created, the term Black Power, he was on Sarnetta's show a few weeks ago. He tell you that black is not a people. He tell you that the brother who originated the phrase Black Power said this, that black is not a people. It has no connection to it, and he tell you the reason why he was saying that and where they got that from. But nevertheless, you cannot trace a word back to any of the ancient languages with BL, C, and K. You ain't gonna find no ancient root in no Medunetta. You ain't gonna find it in none of the ancient languages. It's only 400 to 500 years old. Maybe it's old as the English language. Some people say, well, it's about 1600 years, or whatever the case may be, but it definitely don't go back into antiquity. So how you gonna claim that you more ancient than the Maori when the Maori been on the manifest before a black person even existed? Let me go on.
Shite perspective. You know what I'm saying? And you see this term Naga all across sub-Saharan Africa. You know what I'm saying? In titles like Nkosi, Ngozi, you know what I'm saying? Ngala. You know what I'm saying? It's like these.
You see how they're trying to link everything that has to do with the NG root. But then when you see the Moors show them the root from the M and R, all of a sudden this is pseudo now. But we supposed to believe everything they saying.
These are titles of nobility all across the African continent, you know what I'm saying? And there's no way, no more on the planet predate these African people whose shoulders we stand on. And it, you know what I'm saying, with this Naga World Order movement. It's like we stand on the shoulders of our Bantu Naga Kushite ancestors, and we could trace this stuff down.
They say they Bantu Naga Kushite ancestors. And we know that the Bantu tribe is in one place, the Kushite tribes in one place, and the Naga was in different areas or whatever. But these are not one people like they trying to make it. They're creating a narrative, and they the ones trying to force feed it down the throats of our people. You see, again, they pulling the wool over the eyes of our people, but we're going to expose them tonight. This NGA Boule, they're a grassroots Boule, calling themselves the Naga World Order. Come on, man. Watch this. Oh, it get greater, family. Let me give it to you. It's another portion in here that was a claim that they made. And all of this was before we actually had the discussion. They was demonstrating this as special measure. So this is very important too, in regards to dealing with some of the most bogus of their claims, right? Watch this. This is something else, Moors. I don't know why people just can't come together. I don't know why people have to make it so difficult, to be a nation of people. It's sickening to see how people want division over unity. You know, we trying to show them what connect us, and every time we try to show them the unity, they tearing it apart. Every time we build a bridge, they knocking it down. So we can't help but begin to see these ones as the enemy or the adversary that's in the way of us uniting as a people, creating these different fringe groups and so forth and so on. So let me move up to this other measure where you hear them in here making other claims. Listen to this.
Y'all need us. Y'all need us in order to sustain. We don't need y'all. That's why this Bantu Naga Kushite paradigm is so powerful. And, and like I said, that's just going into Russia. That's just going into the Russians. That's just dealing with the Russians. We can go all over. We could bring up the Hindus. We could, but we not. Because we don't need the Hindus. They need the Hindus. You know, so you got anything else you wanna add, Ruben?
Yeah, I want to add this here because, like, the brother talk about debating at 10 p.m. tonight. You know what I'm saying? And he's on the East Coast.
Okay, so you see, again, now they saying they don't need Kush. We need Kush. Now, first and foremost, he said earlier that Prophet Noble Drew Ali didn't mention nothing about Kush. Now he's saying we need Kush. So these brothers have a serious identity crisis. And it's sad that they're reaching for straws. They want to be everything else but their own Moorish self. You know, Mari is older than Naga, and we finna prove it in a few minutes because we at the end almost of all of this stuff they got going on. We just want to bring our family up to par for those who didn't sit down and watch exactly what was going on. You know, so I want to give you this other portion right here, and then we're going to get to the real demonstration. We're going to prove to you that the Mari is the original people, and they also link back to the ancient people, and the Mari is the Moors, one and the same. When I say Mari, Mari is not a name to be understood as something different from Moorish. It's the ancient Moors. It's the Moors that have traveled throughout the times and the climb, so to speak, you know, from the ancient into the modern times. So let me share this one more time. Now, they can't say I didn't give them justice on my own platform. I'm letting them speak right now. And we quoting them from what they said. This ain't something that I made up. This ain't something that I just brought up, you know, and came off the top of my head with. This is stuff that they actually said, family. So here we go. This is the last portion of it here.
Actually coming from, it has nothing to do with no Hindu stuff. It ain't got nothing to do with no Asian stuff, although we could go there.
Right.
We could go there and use that. But that's not what we're talking about. That's not what we're going with.
And you know what I'm saying? It's not a coincidence that all the people who come at Naga, they always reach to the same stuff. You know what I'm saying? They always reach to India. And we don't be in the chats talking about nothing about India. It don't be nothing about India. It'd be Nile Valley. It'd be the Niger River. It'd be South Africa, Central Africa. You know what I'm saying? And they always run to some gay Indo-European stuff. It makes no sense to me. It's like, how you going to expose us as being fake if you're not going to the African cultures and spiritual systems that we standing on?
Fact.
Okay. So that being said, we got a measure that we finna give you from the actual, this is the judges. I want you to see the decisions that were made by the judges, what was stated. And it's very important you get a grand drawing off of this here. This is very important. And we're going to actually let you see our question and answer session. I'm going to let you see us go, you know, me question this is special one. Remember, the subject matter, who was oldest? And I want to give shots out to the brother Sarnetta too, you know, because he allowed us on this platform a few times to demonstrate what it is we demonstrate. And he peeked into this special discussion. He said, what's going up over here? He said, y'all need to be over at Sarnetta Studios so more people can learn. We're going to try to see if we can get that arranged where we got a larger audience to put this information that I'm getting ready to present out there. So he say the brother with the fez on is strong. So Sarnetta was basically, letting it be known that he recognized what has been brought out by myself prior to that, prior to this. You know what I mean? So we give honors to that brother, because one thing I know about him, on his platform, he very real. He ain't too transparent. The brother, he let you know exactly what it is that he feel or he think, about you. So for him to say that right there, I know it came straight from his heart. You know what I mean? He ain't got no reason to be bigging me up, because he already is known. You know what I mean? So shouts out to the brother for doing whatever it is he do, in bringing that platform for part itself. So I'm gonna let you listen to this question and answer session, and then listen to the judge's judge, and then I'm gonna open up with the slides.
All right, he stopped at 10.
All right, that's time. All right, where my stop?
Right.
Already got it. Print out.
Man, going down in the den. But this the part right here where you brothers go ahead and do like the questions apiece. Don't make your answers too long, maybe like a minute and a half, you know what I'm saying? Then we gonna get to the judge. It's getting kind of late. You know what I'm saying? So
First on the question.
Kareem, give him about a minute and a half to answer the question. At the moment.
Remember, the subject matter is who is older, the Mari or the Naga.
Okay. Kamisha, you there? Okay. Unmute your mic, fam.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay, most definitely. And I can share my screen when I ask him this question, right, for clarity.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I just want to make sure before I do it. Okay, because I seen the brother speak on Igbo. And I want to ask you, brother, my first question is, how is it that you are equating Igbo with Naga? We're talking about Naga. I stayed on the Mori, but you equating Igbo with Naga. And can you show me Naga on the map? On any map. I'm talking about Naga on the map as a people.
Okay, you understand this question, fam?
You hear me?
I understand this question.
That predate 1,000 years ago.
I understand this question.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I kind of covered this already. And to answer your question, can you stop sharing screen so I can share mine and bring it back down for you again? Like I keep showing you, the Igbo are the people of Naga Ori. Naga Ori was angelicized to become Nigeria.
Okay, see you straight.
This is known. And let me know when to start.
Okay. Yeah, you see screen now. Go ahead.
All right. Okay. This is Philip. This is Prince Dr. Philip Ingemans of the Igbo people. This is his work. This is the history that he put out about our people. The name Naga Ori was mistranslated and angelicized to become Nigeria. That is where I'm tying the Igbo to Naga, because the Igbo are the people of Naga Ori, as told by Igbo scholars. It's not nothing I'm making up. This is what Igbo scholars are putting out there. This is what you also find on their passports. Would you like me to show you that?
I want you to show me the map, brother, where y'all on the map as the Naga that exists beyond 1,000 years. You're jumping down the question, brother. Please.
You won't find Naga on the map. You won't. I answered your question. You had a two-part question.
So I won't
answered
find
the first part. You won't find Naga on the map unless you.
But I showed you Mari on all the maps.
The vowels. Our people. Yeah, because you're showing us Greek maps. And that's as far as Mari goes back.
Did you hear that, Moorish Ken? He agreed that you won't find Igbo, well, not Igbo, but the Nagas on the map. And he said that only reason I was able to find that on the map because it was Greek map. But I'm going to show you on the map of Lemuria, the name Moors was mentioned on there. You know what I mean? And this is old material. This ain't nothing that scholar just come out with. This is from the 1800s. You talking about almost 200 years ago. I'm going to show this to you. I didn't show it last night because I wasn't able to get to it. But I'm going to show this to you on the map. You know, these Mari people are the same people that were known as the Moors. He said it was a Greek map, but I'm going to show you who the original Greeks was, which I showed that last night too. The so-called Greeks are the so-called Romans.
You're showing us Greek maps.
Show me
a
an American map, brother.
In Nigeria.
Okay, he said he answered the question.
Would you like me to show you Naga in Nigeria?
I want you to show me Naga on the map, brother.
I
ain't talking about what somebody
I was going to the second part.
Can you do it? Can you show me Naga on the map? That's the answer. That's the question.
Well, he answered it. He answered.
Well, he did say no, didn't he, Jude?
Okay,
he answered.
Okay. So you want me to answer the next
No, we're gonna rotate. We'll rotate.
Okay.
This question.
Go ahead, ask the question.
It was a two-part question.
But that'd be two.
I mean, it was a two-part question he asked. I answered the first part. I am clear with that.
So it's the second part.
A two-part question, right?
Yeah, he did.
Yes, sir. I did.
There's two questions. That'll be two questions.
There was two questions in it, but I didn't ask it. You know, it was dealing with the same thing, but it is what it is.
Okay, so I'm saying that
you asked me, how am I equating the Igbo?
The whole question was really one question
because
I was asking how did you equate that with that?
Okay, all right.
You know, and then basically where is it on the map? You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I showed him that according to the Igbo, Nigeria is a mistranslation. This is according to their scholars. Igbo is Nigeria is a mistranslation. It's an angelicized form of Naga Ori, which is NGA. Which is NGA, right? Naga Ori is NGA ORIE. Strip away the vowels. What do you have left? You have NGR, right? What does that sound? What do those consonants sound? NGR. How would you vowelize them? That's my question to you.
You say, how would I vowelize? Hold up. You say, hold up. How would I vowelize what? NGR?
As you this Nigerian map, I'm about to say.
Nigeria is not Naga first and foremost, so I wouldn't I wouldn't vowelize it the same way as I vowelize.
Naga is right there on the map.
Question you want me to answer?
Hey, hold on, man. Y'all getting out of order.
No, he asked me a question. I'm trying to answer.
Nigeria is Naga.
Hold on, stop for a minute. Everybody stop. Everybody
Nigeria is English.
Come on, man. You got to mute. Because you were saying he was doing a two-part question. Answering that, now you asking him a question. You're asking him a question. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
No, I'm still explaining. I'm still explaining this question.
All right, you got a minute and 30 seconds, man. Go ahead.
I'm still answering this question. He asked me to show him Naga on the map. This is it. Because this is Naga on the map right here. This is English. This is Latinized. This is Greek. They vowelized it wrong. But under the Igbo language, it will be vowelized NGAORIE. Just like Prince Dr. Philip Injaman showed you. So when you see Nigeria, you see Naga Ori. Once you know how the languages work, once you know what they call themselves. because they didn't call this land Nigeria. The British invaders did. They called it Naga Ori.
Okay, now you see that. That's his way of trying to etymologically root Naga in Nigeria. But Nigeria comes from Niger, which is dealing with the Niger River that was dredged by the Moors. Goodness gracious, right? Now, when you get into the aspects of dealing with this thing that he talking about, the Nagori and all this type of measure here, Niger, Nigeria, you finna see. Now he's saying that the Naga is older and he connecting it to Niger. You're gonna see he tried to connect it to Tanzania as well. So like, what are you talking about? Are you in Tanzania, South Africa? Are you in Nigeria? Which one? You see what I'm saying? Which one is the Naga, from? But yet their name is not on the map, you admit. So you see this? And so for our people not to be able to see this, it's something wrong with our people. And I'm going to show you what's wrong with them.
That's all right. So he answers the question. So go ahead, Ruben, ask him.
Okay, now do the hieroglyphs have phonetic value? And are determinatives necessary?
Okay. You understand this question? Unmute your mic, family.
Let me stop sharing. No, let me stop.
You want me to answer the question now?
Yeah, it's a two-parter.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
And the one question had to do with that. Now, watch this when I share my screen, y'all.
All right,
he just hurt himself with that demonstration there, brother. You were going good for a little minute there, brother. But I'm gonna show you something, man, in regards to dealing with them particular ones that you are calling Nigerians. And this is an answer to your question. First and foremost, dealing with the root. No, I don't put determinatives in another alphabet that ain't got nothing to do with all that other stuff you're talking about. NGR, this is dealing with one part of it, brother. NGR and NG have two different measures, family. That's just like using the term Yod He Wav He, and then you have Yah. Both of them referring to the same supreme being, but yet they are two different words. That's like trying to say Yehoshua or Yahshua, is basically the same as Yahweh because Yah is at the root. You can't do that. In Nigeria, to answer your question in regards to dealing with that measure, and this is where I close out at. I ain't gonna be long-winded. I'm trying to share this with you real quick. Let me get my screen on point, and then I'm gonna let you. I ask you another question. Okay, there it is, right there. Can you see my screen, family?
Yeah, we see it.
Yeah, we see
What
it.
it say on the screen right there?
You got to do your own reading.
No, I'm saying I'm just trying to see what I see, family.
Yeah. It's got somebody in the green up there.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
When you ask how old Nigeria is only 56 years old. See, that's what happens when you go to trying to tie that stuff back to something that ain't got to do with something else. See, this brother all over the place. So that's my answer. I ain't even going to expound on that. That's ridiculous. You couldn't establish, that measure dealing with the Nagas going to the Mero-Kushite dynasty because that's 1,000 years old. Now you saying that they're Nigeria and they're 56 years old? Come on,
that's not
bro.
the question you was asked.
Oh my God!
Let me repeat the question for you.
Did not you say Igbo was Nigeria? Did you not say Igbo? Did you not say Igbo was Nigeria and the Nagas was Nigeria?
The question. Can I repeat the questions?
I'm gonna ask you my question after you finish.
I gave you two-part question.
You shot yourself in the foot, bro. Go ahead.
No, you actually proved me right just now. You actually proved me right. Because I said the British named it Nigeria. And they didn't, the people didn't name it that themselves. Now, are you gonna address the questions I asked you?
But I asked you to show me. I just addressed it. I asked you to show me nothing.
I didn't ask you about Nigeria.
Naga on the map, bro. And you said Naga is Nigeria. You say Naga is Nigeria. Did he not say Naga is Nigeria?
All right, hold on for 1 second. Come on, because you're doing good. You're doing good. We don't want to turn.
Yeah, no, it's good. No, I ain't going there.
Take it out. All right. Let him reiterate the question. Okay, hold on. Now ask the question again, Ruben.
The questions was, do the hieroglyphs, the middle letter, does it have phonetic value, and are determinatives necessary? That was your two-part question.
You say, do the hieroglyphics have? Now, y'all heard me answer the question in regards to dealing with determinatives early. I told you they didn't have nothing to do with nothing, but we're going to let him have that.
Phonetic value.
Phonetic value?
And are?
No, they don't.
Are determinatives necessary?
No, they don't. That's what E. Wallace Budge created. And you want me to put it up here where he said it? You want me to put it up here in his own words to answer your question with what he said?
Answer that question.
You want me to prove it? You want me to prove it to you at his own mouth?
You answered the first one, Kamisha. Can you go to the second
Well, he asked me a question, so I'm gonna show them the source with the question.
Okay, well, go ahead.
That's what I want to do. I want to show this.
Is it okay if he show it to you?
Yeah, because it's part of the question. I'm answering the question.
All right, do what you gotta do.
I'm finna show him right now. Watch this. Watch this. This is why I said that and answered the way I did. And I ain't got to be long-winded about it neither. Right here, brother. E. Wallace Budge, who was one of the first to translate, one of these books that you call in hieroglyphics now. Make sure I got the right one up there. You see my screen? That's a PDF, right, JJ?
Yep, I see it.
Okay, all right. That's what I want to make sure. This man, he said here, I'm conscious, unfortunately, that I possess none of the qualifications necessary for such a great work, for as translating a dictionary, except in a very limited degree. Nevertheless, I have written this dictionary, and how I came to do so, the following paragraphs will show. And it's brief, because I'm taking small portions. He spoke on the fact that the true, here you go, right here. He spoke on the fact that I have not copied them straight out of the Coptic dictionary, but I have satisfied myself that they bear the meaning which Egyptian words and passages in Coptic versions of the Bible and Coptic patristic literature, generally. This is what he said. He said, among the words given in this dictionary are many which are derived from Demotic texts, as my knowledge of this branch of Egyptology is rudimentary, and I have relied for the correctness of their transcription into hieroglyphs. So he's telling you right here, family, that they translated Demotic into hieroglyphs, meaning they put glyphs on the side of the original letters, like I showed you up here in the papyri. That's the original script, family. And he guessed at them spots, them hollow spots. He guessed that and came up with this, because that's what Europeans try to do. They try to make things systematic so they can get it. And so, again, that's why I don't honor what he did, because he's telling you in his own word, bro, it was mere guesswork. And last but not least, this is what he say here, and I'm done. He says, this is what the Europeans said now. Ain't nobody paid attention to his preface. He said, now the exact meaning of many words is unknown and can only be guessed at by the context. See, that's where he's wrong at. You see, guessing at something. In some cases, the context makes the meaning of an unknown word comparatively certain, but in others, especially where no probable Coptic equivalent is forthcoming, it does not. And then any meaning suggested is little else than the result of guesswork. So you telling me you depending on what he said when he didn't even translate the book. But I'm going to stop right there, bro. That's why I don't deal with Wallace Budge. I used to believe like you did at one time, though. I'm teaching you something you don't know. Go ahead, bro.
All right. Let's get to the next question.
So now you see he's defending and jumping through the hoops that E. Wallace Budge wanted him to jump through. And he don't even know the language. He just taking pictures and looking at the words and what's said there and thinking that he doing something. When all the world you don't know, he don't even know what Hieratic is. He don't know what Demotic is. He don't know what Coptic is. He don't know that what they call Greek language is really Coptic language. And I keep trying to tell these ones, but they so used to holding on to what Rome taught them, they don't want to hear the truth.
That's how many questions is that? 2?
Well, that's 2, but he danced around answering them.
But you want me to ask you a question now, right?
Yeah, okay, let's get to it.
Okay. Now, when it comes to dealing with the Naga people, you know, that you referred to, you said they're not Indian. You know, they're not from India, even though I know they are connected. Both of them are 1,000 years old. You know, I asked you to show me on the map. You didn't show me that. You know, you showed me Nigeria. So what I'm asking you, my brother, show me. Show me. Look, show me.
Y'all doing good, huh? Come on, y'all doing good.
I'm asking you a question. And I'm asking you a question.
All right.
Show me, my brother, because you said you was mentioning the Igbo being 330,000 years old. That don't supersede the Jebel Hu, which is 350,000. Let's make that plain. Show me how that Naga, this is the question. Show me how the Naga is older than the Ibero-Mauritian of 20,000 years old. Show me how the Naga, and it's the same question, which is the Mari. Show me how they are older than the Jabril Uhu in the Mari. Amen is the first man of Kemet, bro. You can't go no further than Amen.
All right.
He's
Now repeat the question for me.
Can you answer that question? Go ahead.
Repeat the question for me so I have
one more time. Okay.
Yeah, one more time so I have a thorough understanding.
I'm gonna break it down in a summary then, because I don't want to make it, confuse you. I'm asking you to show me how the Naga, because you were speaking of them being Igbo. The Igbo is 330,000 years. The Jabril Hu was 350,000. I showed you a time depth.
It was 330.
I showed you a time depth.
That's conjecture. That's conjecture.
Hold on.
The people can go check
you want me to show you? You want me to show you the picture?
Yeah. No.
Okay. I can show it to you.
Yeah, show me the picture because I have it too.
Okay, yeah, because
I have it as well, and it's 330,000 years.
Okay, I'm finna show it to you. I'm finna show you 350,000 years old, brother.
No.
Yours is 330,000.
It's 330.
No, bro, I'm finna show it to you right now.
Show us and then I'm gonna answer your question.
You ain't got to worry about it. You ain't got to worry about it. I'm finna
show us and then I'm gonna answer your question.
You can see my screen? Can you see it?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm pulling it up right now, bro.
Because you asked about the Ibero-Mauritian, which is 20,000 years, and how we predate that, right?
And I said
go to Jebel
Uhu. I said, look.
Hold up, y'all. Keep it cool. Keep it cool. So
yeah, most definitely. I'm trying to get it up for him.
I'm talking about the map. No, go back to the map.
Can you see it?
Blow that map up.
Hold up. Let me hide this right here. And judges, look that up. I said 350,000 years old.
Blow this map up.
The map is blowed up. You looking at the projected legend. I got
what that map say right now.
Two maps.
What that number is right now.
And I got that map.
What that number is right now. Is that not 300,000?
But it's older
within 338,000.
It's older than the Nagaloba you talking about you come from. So when you say you come from Nigeria or Tanzania, bro, which one? Is the Ngaloba here or is it in Nigeria? Because them two different places, bro.
Okay. Just because I post information on Tanzania don't mean that I'm from there. I am a Nigerian descendant of Nigerian people. Now to answer your question about how I'm gonna put the Igbo people in front of who you said the Ibero-Mauritian, which is 20,000.
No, I said the Nagaloba right here on the bottom. Y'all said that's who y'all was before.
No, that's not who
20,000 years old.
No, so that's not. You saying we did not say that's who we were.
You did not say that.
I did not say that's who we were.
You didn't say you were
an ancestor. I said that is an ancestor.
But you said this was the
Everybody knows me, knows that I am Igbo.
Either way, bro, Nigeria is not older than this particular fossil here, bro.
I just showed you.
Igbo and saying that it is and putting it on the map is two different things.
Can I demonstrate?
There is no Naga on the map, bro.
You asked the question.
All right, go ahead and let him demonstrate. Go ahead.
All right. Go ahead, bro. Now
you gotta move your screen.
If you notice what's being said, family, I showed him on the other area 350,000 years old, the Jabir Hu, and they always end up putting that there. But if you look it up yourself, they'll put 300,000, but they say 350,000. Also on the DNA time depth that I'm gonna show as well, it says 359,000 years. So either way you look at it, you can't make any of that stuff he talking about older, than what was found in the region of the Mari, in the region of, what we call Morocco or Mauritanian region today. or what we call, the Sahara of the West. You see, and you see the M and R root is still present. The Jebel who found in Moriscos, what they called it, which is another name for Morocco. So I mean, it should have been over right there, but we're gonna go ahead. Oh, I got to set it off.
Let me know when I'm
you good,
right now, my brother. I see you.
Now, what was the question again, so everybody can know?
Yeah, he asked a lot of them. I mean, he asked a lot of questions.
The same question,
but
it's like trying to emphasize.
He asked me to show him.
Okay.
He asked me to show him how. He asked me to show him how the Igbo people predate the Ibero-Malaysian genome for 20,000 years ago. Was the question he asked. I asked him to repeat that twice, and he did. You see these?
Now, where's this location? Where's
hold on, Commissioner.
No, I'm just trying to make sure where it is. Where's that location?
In Naga Ori, Nigeria. In Naga Ori, Nigeria, you have the whole L tree present from LO all the way down to L3. And I'm gonna go to the oldest one of those to show you the time frame.
Also, for the record, y'all do know that map was Photoshop, right?
So when you ask, how do we predate the Ibero-Malaysian genes? Because from L down to the L3 that left Africa, like I just showed you on the genetic map, we have the whole L tree from LO to L4. And L3 left Africa 70,000 years ago. And this is the oldest L clade in Nigeria. You see that? Possible time of origin, 130,000 to 200,000 years ago, which means we predate you Ibero-Malaysian people by over 180,000 years. Game over.
Now you see, I just showed him that the Jebel, which is in the region of the Ibero-Malaysian, was over 350,000 years old. And he just showed 200,000 years. In fact, the Jebel Uhud, the region of the Ibero-Malaysian, the ancient Ibero-Malaysian, which were known as the Arterians, they were actually, basically, if you look at it, they were older Moorish kin, the oldest that has been found recently. And these are called Homo sapiens. Not all the other ape stuff they've been finding, but this is the oldest human ancestor. You can look it up. He was the one that was known as the Jebel Uhud, which was found in the bed of where the Ibero-Malaysian people were found. Ibero-Malaysian culture, as they have found it to date, they seen a civilization that go back to over 20,000 years ago. But as far as dealing with the actual fossil, the oldest fossil in that same area is 350,000, 359,000 years ago. And he's considered the Y DNA ancestor, not the LO. So the Y DNA ancestor is the original, according to them, when you want to get into the scientific aspect of it. Brother, you moving the goalposts. Good and well, them ain't the same people, brother. But good try, though. Last question. We're going to close it out. It is what it is. Last question, bro.
You want me to show you?
I respect.
Shall I show you the
go
map
ahead,
again?
ask me, and then I ask you. Ask me a question. Because that's crazy there, bro. Good well, they're different people. This brother got
Look at the last question, man. Y'all
I like
Say
that,
the
bro.
mail
I
again.
like that.
Now,
You
come on.
can try that.
You want to see the
It's
mail
on me or
again?
you. It's on me.
Let the judge is gonna figure it out.
It's on
We
me.
gonna
Yeah,
see.
no, but we got one more question.
Nah, here's my
Drew.
question to
yeah.
you.
Yeah,
Here's
we got
my
one more
question to
question.
you. Here's my question to you. If, as you say, the hieroglyphs don't have no phonetic values, and the terminatives are not necessary, and Budge and the European translators were just doing guesswork, how are you using that same work to tell us what the glyph's saying?
Okay, you want me to answer that? You want me to answer that, right? I'm not telling you what the glyph said, bro. I showed you the hieratic papyri and showed you that they translated the hieratic into those symbols. I'm trying to tell you, bro, that hieroglyphics is metaphysical language. It ain't meant to be an alphabet. You ain't getting that. And then you repost it.
Where does hieratic come from? What does hieratic come from?
Bro, hieratic is the original script, bro.
No, it's not.
I'm telling you that the Europeans, listen, I'm answering your question. I'm telling you that the Europeans hid the true alphabet up under them symbols because they was trying to find it. Bro, you got only 24 hieroglyphics out of 1,000 hieroglyphics. How do you read the others? Oh, they call them determinatives.
Another question that brings forward another question, though, bro. What are alphabet? But alphabet not symbols.
The alphabet is hieratic. Listen. The alphabet is hieratic. The alphabet is Demotic, and the alphabet is Coptic, bro. Them symbols they created to put things in order, and then they was hiding the truth from you. So you'll be trying to decipher symbols on the wall instead of deciphering the hieratic patterns, instead of deciphering the Demotic, instead of deciphering the Coptic, and now you ain't doing nothing. You're chasing your tail.
See,
this is a history, bro, that I didn't know at one time. Study Mustafa Gadala, bro. He Egyptian born.
The glyph was also wrote on papyrus.
All right, let's get to the next question.
Okay, let me ask my question.
They were wrote on papyrus too.
No, bro, they had carved how they was living.
All right, come on, y'all, because we just getting late.
Go ahead.
They didn't carve how they was living, brother. That's all. They recorded their life. Now, when it comes down to dealing with my last question right here, right? And I'm gonna share the screen because I want to make sure you got it. You know, and man. Let me do this right here, you know, because you spoke of the script of the Naga, right? The Tefnik script. You know, you call it, you know, another name. Right here is the original script right here, the Tefnik script. And this is my question. Listen to what I'm saying. Now, it's telling you here that these were the people who were the Moabites, the Moabites, the ancient Mari. It says by at least 2 centuries, and my question coming after this, Seleucus describes indigenous inhabitants of North Africa as the Getulians and Libyans, both nomadic hunting and gathering cultures, right? This all coincides with what I set out here in my information. He goes on to say that their culture later mixed with a wave of sea migrants, Canaanites, Phoenicians. The new mixed cultures then began trade contacts with the Iberian Peninsula and became ancestors of the historic Mari, which are the Moors, and Numidian. That's how I'm telling you, Moors and Mari are the same people. Their descendants today are the Amazigh, Mozabite, and the Tarega, who live in scattered communities across Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, Libya, Egypt, Mali, Niger, Mauritania, and they speak various Amazigh languages belonging to the Hamo-Semitic family related to ancient Egyptian and African Great Lakes region. Amazigh plural Amazigh means free and noble men. They have been present in these territories since ancient times, according to historian Malika Hackett. Their presence in the region dates back to more than 10,000 years. And Berber, as an identity, North African. So I'm asking the question here from all that, because I'm done. How is it that you trace the Naga, because you're trying to use this root right here from the script of the language of the Mari people, and at the same time,
I ain't never brought that language.
I ain't through with my question. And that's one question. It ain't no 2 questions.
I gotta point out the straw man. I gotta point out the straw man.
How is it?
I never mentioned that. I never made that statement.
Yes, you did, bro.
No, I didn't.
Talk.
Go ahead and ask the question. Short up the question, family. Come on.
I am. That's what I'm trying to do.
Okay.
So How is it that you trace the Technic script back to the same people that I'm telling you it come from, the Mari, and then say that you more ancient than the Mari? Because
all right, first of all, I'm not even dealing with the Tefnut script. I'm dealing with the glyphs of our ancestors.
Now, mind you, he spoke on the Tefnut script in one of the back chat discussions we had, you know, and he was trying to say that they were the people that the Zanega, basically, of what they call the area of Mauritania, the Zanega Moors. You know, that was a Naga script, and that's what I was referring to. You know, he know what I was saying.
I'm dealing with the metal netter. I'm dealing with the metal netter.
That's not Naga language, though, bro.
I'll show you. Now you're saying
that's not Naga language, bro. That's Egyptian.
Hold on, come on. Let him answer the question, family.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
All right, come on, brother Ruben.
Go ahead. Pardon my body, bro. Pardon my body.
I never mentioned the Tefnut script, so that's a straw man. And I don't have to use that when I go directly to the metal netter and connect it with my Naga, Bantu, Kushite dialects. I don't need that script.
Now you Bantu as well, bro. Bantu as well.
All right. That's it, right? I have 3 questions.
Nah, I got my question. He just
one more. Okay,
I answer your question.
All right, my fault.
Go ahead, bro.
Okay. The Kushite kings, the oldest kingship on the planet. What are their titles?
You say the who?
The Kushite kings, the oldest kingship.
The Kushite kings are known as the Negus.
There go Nagas.
You're gonna take Negus and make that Naga too.
It is.
But that's not Naga's language.
It is Nagas. Because
that's
it's not
Naga's language, though, bro.
That is Europeanized Greek shit that you're talking about.
But wait,
it is Nagas.
It is Nagas.
It is Nagas. And actually,
no, but
Nagas, Naga is a female title. The title will be Nagu. The title will be Nagu. The title will be Nagu, not Naga, because Naga is feminine.
All right, okay.
You call it Egyptian.
That's the end of that right there, right? He answered it, right?
Yeah, he called it Egyptian hieroglyphics.
Right, man. This was an interesting.
Yeah,
this was an interesting debate right here, bro.
Man,
I'm glad I ain't no judge on this one.
That's crazy, there, man.
All right, man. So this the fun part right here, man. We're gonna see was everybody paying attention. We got
now listen closely to these judges, Moorish King.
You know, we got Steve Caballero, you know, hanging out. You know, this brother wrote a book on certain different topics. So this is what it's all about, bringing out the real information. We're gonna get to the first judge, and the first judge is Pianki Patah Matu Nefru Ahmad Ra. Go ahead, turn your camera on and tell us what you think.
Well, it was tough. The brothers both did great jobs presenting the information. Ultimately, I think that with regards to the information displayed, I had to go with the brother King Naga. I think from an informational standpoint, the linguistic standpoint, the way he broke down the language, and I'm just now taking. Everybody probably familiar with the brother Wujaru. I'm just now taking his beginner's course, so some things I was kind of iffy on, but then other things I was familiar with. So just looking at that and seeing how he was able to break those things down, and then as he continued to progress in his information, notwithstanding, the other brother, the commission did very well. Love his presentation, but I think from an information standpoint, I got to give it to King Naga.
All right, King Naga. 1 vote for King Naga. All right, let's get the screen up so we can see who else we ready to get it in with on the next judgment. And the next.
Now, you know, they said from the linguistic and the language standpoint, which all he did is went to a word mir and mar and did what the brother did in the beginning of what was being showed. But we're going to give you the truth in a minute.
Judge, we're going to go to Mikael Yisrael, Hebrews in the Hood. Go ahead, Art.
Yeah, peace, family. Gotta forgive me for not turning the camera on, but I'm literally laying in the bed. It's about to be curtains. But yeah, man, I gotta say, from a just strictly from a neutral standpoint, both of these brothers brought a slew of information. You can't blame neither one of them from not having sources or anything, you know, just making stuff up. But I gotta say, like I say, on the first point, the Moorish brother, I get the names mixed up, so y'all gotta forgive me. No disrespect.
The commission.
The commission. I was raised Moorish American, so it was easy for me to follow a lot of the information that he was bringing out. Some of it I was familiar with, and I think he did an excellent job as far as dealing with more of it from an etymological standpoint. He did good with the etymological information and going back to like the roots and the origins of the peoples using basically phonetics. Now, the other brother, King Naga, I got to give it to him that I think he did a little bit better with giving us a straight chronological order to follow, which made it real easy to follow his information because, you know, he literally stayed on track with his chronology. I think just a little bit better than my beloved brother Kamisha. I think he did that a little bit better. And so with that, I kind of got to get a nod. And what's funny, I agree more with the Kamisha's information, but it's not about that. The way it was laid out, I got to give presentation in chronological order. I got to give it to the brother King Knock.
Okay, now, did you just hear that, family? See, we don't care about the win or lose demonstration. That's how we came in. We just teaching the people. But did you hear that brother just say, you know, he picked up on the etymological tracing that I demonstrated. He agreed with what I brought forth, you know, but chronologically, this brother put things in order. The whole measure didn't have nothing to do with who had chronology, what chronological order the information came in. The discussion is dealing with who is older, the Mari or the Naga. So his judgment was based off chronology, even though he agreed with all the information. So if you agree with the information I brought on the manifest, you agree that the Mari is more ancient than the Naga. You see, so this is a case where you have individuals trying to be more, we can say, sophisticated, you know, in viewing a particular thing rather than looking at it for what it is. Either that or just don't understand what's being said, you know. So watch the next one.
All right, 2 votes for King.
And it's a reason why these judges
unless we
doing
get the
this,
Black
man.
Line Supreme in the building.
It's a reason why they're doing it. I'm gonna put
Hotel. Okay, so this is a very difficult debate to judge because both of these brothers have similar styles. They use similar styles to bring their presentation, and so now it comes down to who was able to make their argument better, who showed the more valuable information than the other. One of my brothers, he actually went into the glyphs. He actually went into the glyphs, which I was very impressed with, and he was able to break down what the other brother was saying about the words that seem to be similar to the word more. And this brother was able to break those words down and come with a counter argument. He came again with a strong counter argument for his position on his word that he believes that fits the Igbo. He actually showed a couple of doctors that he said he claimed his doctors. All I can do is go by his source and what he read that he says was doctors who backed up his information. My other brother, he showed some maps that were powerful. And what I was waiting for him to show the file number and the location of these maps so that I could say that they were authentic. But unfortunately, he never did. And one other thing my brother did was he made a lot of claims. He claimed that the Greek language was not a real language. He said some things about the netter, and he said a few other things about Budge, which he was able to show. But unfortunately, he brought up so many things that he wasn't able to bring it home because he didn't show at least where he got that information from or prove that his information was correct. I think he brought up too many subjects that he would have had to debunk in order to really apply it to my brother Naga's information.
Now, did you hear that, family? He said too many sources was brought. Then he said, E. Wallace Budge, I made a reference to him, but I didn't give him the information when I'm giving you the information from E. Wallace Budge. Y'all see me read it to him, right? Then the brother said, I didn't give the sources of the map, but if you go back and look at it, I told him who the European was that came forth with all these maps. In fact, you will see that the names of each one of the European that produced these maps during that time back in the 1800s, it's right there. So that's another measure of disingenuous. But I'm going to show you why these judges doing this. They're telling you they recognize the truth in what's being brought, but they still going with this particular individual. You know what I mean? So we're going to stay tuned.
So with that being said, even though it's a close debate, I have to lean towards Naga. I think he was able to bring the information a little bit better, and he was a very direct, and he actually addressed what my other brother was bringing to the table. So I'm going to have to lean towards Naga.
All right. 3-0 so far. All right. The next judge is the Lions Den champ, Aaron Yahoo. Let's go, champ. See what you get out of this.
Yeah, well, for sure I gotta give a salute to both debaters, both Brother Ruben and the commission brother. The commission brother brought out some heat, man. I'm not gonna lie. And with some things that I've been studying, it did align with and help me with some understanding, but at the same time, so did Ruben. So I appreciate the fact that I learned a lot in this debate. So I appreciate y'all brothers on that. There ain't no losers on this whenever we can learn. But what I will say is that with the chronological order that was laid out by Ruben, though, that did, me as a judge, I am also paying attention to how things are laid out and how much sense it makes. And if somebody was new to this or trying to get a first understanding or first glimpse at what we're talking about, I do honestly believe that Ruben's presentation chronologically, linguistically, from start to finish, did lay out his point a lot better. And, bringing up the Naga Ori and how that was a mistransliterated word, I believe that he was saying, but rounding it up and bringing it back to the land of Canaan and everything else, speaking about who was first, his chronological order. I will, to save time, just say that I do give my nod to Brother Ruben, but to the commission arc, I appreciate the scholastics that you brought forth, and I do hope it's not the last time that we see or hear from you, because I did learn a lot from you as well. So shalom to both debaters.
Okay.
All right.
That particular brother there, he was one that was going back and forth in the back chat with myself, so I know the reason for his bias, You know, this is prior to this discussion. And he wasn't really supposed to be on there because I told our brother not to have nobody on there that was in the back chat because they would have a biased opinion of what would be there. Get people that don't know nothing about, you know, the Lions Den and just grab these people and bring them in and let them give the measure. You know, but nevertheless, honest to the brother, you know, for his platform, you know, he worked with what he had. You know, so we can see that these ones are still talking about chronology. He made the same statement. The statement is not dealing with chronology, putting things in order per se. You know, the statement has to do with who is older, the Maori or the Naga. You see? And to be frank, which I actually did bring chronology in the way I brought it forth. They just don't comprehend that. And I'm going to bring it forth again, you know, in a few minutes.
Shalom. Hey, nice battle for me, bro. Take my hat off to you, bro. Keep on further in your studies, bro. And it was a pleasure sharing the stage with you, homie.
Hold up. All right, hold up. We got one more person that wasn't a judge, but I'd like to get, you know, what he got up out of the debate. But I can't see his name. His name not in. Brothers, the brother that wrote the book. Go ahead. I can't see his name. Yeah.
Oh, Steve Caballero. The debate it was rather informative. Like I said, I do have my bias though, but in terms of, well, what can I really say? In terms of, well, since I'm not a judge, maybe I'll make a comment in terms of it's like etymologically, in terms of that more like it seemed like there's a lot of, I wasn't clear on who the Maori people are or where they came from, and there seems to be some prejudice there in terms of looking at quite possibly Muslim people or a Muslim heritage. I couldn't really tell the difference between the Arabian heritage, the Muslim heritage. I just wasn't too clear on the Cometian's argument. So yeah, I came in with my bias, and my bias still holds true.
Okay, can you go ahead and explain your biases a little bit to the audience? I mean, now that you got a judge, I'm just kind of curious about your book. What you got going on with your book? Yeah, show the book again.
That's my dog.
Hold on.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Jeremiah Judah?
Yeah. Hold up, Marty. Let your brother promote his book real quick. Go ahead, fam.
Yeah, the third coming of spiritual liberation. Basically, what it's about is comparing like Roman Catholicism and the origin of Roman Catholicism, and how and that again is my bias, because when you come to the Abrahamic faiths or the Abrahamic religion, it's not about spiritual liberation. It's about living in fear and captivity. It's not about liberating people at all. That to find spiritual liberation, one has to look, or one can look at African spirituality.
Oh, okay. So civil rights movement. The civil rights movement didn't mean a thing, man. Them churches. I see where you're coming from. We're going to talk about this at another time and place. You know what I'm saying? But see, I got some biases with what you just said, so we definitely gonna have to do something.
Right. We all got our biases.
Yeah. So hey, I want to welcome you.
So you notice that brother, he wasn't a judge, but he was letting it be known he was biased against the information that I put out here just because it was Moorish. And he claimed he didn't hear anything that had anything to do with, you know, our people. Evidently, he wasn't looking at the beginning, because I came out of the teachings of our people right there in the material that was presented, family. You know, when I opened up with the Book of Ali, you know, I was giving you the history of the inhabitants of Africa and everything else there. So what part he didn't get? So, you know, all of this, you know, it's a method to the madness.
Back, because this conversation needs to be talked about. But hey, let's get to Mighty Hebrew. Hey, I appreciate you, brother.
Shalom, Mark.
Shalom.
Hebrew.
Shalom, Bahashim Yahweh, Israel. What's going on with the family? I love the debate. You know, this is my topic right here in the Diluvian history / post-Diluvian history.
I already know.
I've been watching this joint from the very beginning, even before Jeremiah Judah hit me up and was like, come on. I seen the other day that you asked me, but I was like so busy. I just got back from Zanzibar. I'm back in Tanzania now. But both parties gave some strong information. The Kemetic Moorish brother gave some strong information. I heard the argument years ago that what is called the Meganet or the hieroglyphs were created by Europeans. I mean, that's a real old argument. I heard that before plenty times. One of the problems I think that the Kemetic Moorish brother was having was his in-depth understanding that the term Naga and the Nagas are very, very ancient. They go back way further than 1,000 years ago. As a matter of fact, the word Naga is a Sanskrit word. And when you start to read, such as the Vishnu Puranas and other ancient records, you'll find out that they teach that the Nagas go back to close to 1.3 million BCE. I think the brother Naga, the brother Naga.
Now you heard that. You heard the brother ad-lib facts. He was saying that he wasn't connected earlier to the Naga of India, right? But now he think that this brother is giving something that support that he jumping back on the bandwagon. And also to address the measure, the brother say, you know, he don't think I was in depth. Man, I've been demonstrating the measures with the Indus Kushite Valley civilization for the longest. You know, now when it come down to this Naga, you know, measure that they referring to, I'm gonna show you how old that is. Now, when you get into, you know, the time frame that the Indus Kushite Valley civilization give for creation, they go up to 311 trillion years. This is the time frame that they give, the Indus, you know, in their texts, you know. But when it come down to dealing with the Nagas are not mentioned in that timeline that they are speaking of. You know, if you look at a timeline that they're speaking of, you know, it's talking about Atma, you know, and so forth and so on. That's a whole nother holy breath. We'll get on that at another time. That's a whole nother teaching right there. So he don't know what I know. I'm just dealing with the strict measure of dealing with this particular group of Nagas that came as a people on the manifest, and we're going to prove that they ain't as old as this brother say they are. You know what I mean? So I'm going to let him keep going on, though.
Correct when he speaks about the Nagas in Nigeria, because when you study a group of people known as the Ramorhos that came from the Tanzania, Madagascar area, roughly 5.5 million BCE, they start pushing up to what you know as the Eye of the Sahara, West Africa. And I mean, this is well documented. And their society became known as Naga. Another thing that the Kemetic brother, first I'm saying certain things that the Kemetic brother could have said, and then I'm going to get to the Naga brother, but I'm just dealing with the Kemetic brother first, the Kemetic Moorish brother first. I think that he lacked that information, that antediluvian information. So in his mind, he didn't understand the connection with Nigeria. One of the things he kept asking was for maps. You really can't ask for maps when it's predicated to pre-recorded history, so to say. You would have to go into the initiated rites of these different tribes that reside in Africa.
Now you hear what this brother's saying? He's saying you got to go into these tribes of Africa to get this history, which I respect that approach. But the only problem with that, our burden ain't going into somebody else's adept chamber or somebody initiation right. This brother had something to prove by stating if he couldn't put that out here on the map, and I can show you Mari all over the maps, and all of them mentioned as being who they are, then he's not able to establish that these people that he talking about exist, not under that name. You see what I'm saying? A little tribe that just came about a few years ago. And it ain't a whole lot of them. You can't really tell what they language. He just using a root and trying to jump all over the place with it.
and around the Indian Ocean area as well, to get that proper information. And when you go into these Naga secret societies in Nigeria, they do teach a very ancient civilization going back millions of years ago. They teach that. I think that the Kemetic Moorish brother was driving, that you could see that more, that link word. If you say, you know, Lumeria, you say these different words, you can see that MUR. A lot of Moors like to show, you know, that Moorish connection. That can be viewed pseudo, that can be viewed historical. Anywho, it all depends on one's reality. Getting to the Naga brother, one of the problems that I had with what you did was, I think the Kemetic Moorish brother, he showed more sources versus you were sticking more or less to one, not one, but a few sources. But what you did do is you kept the people in a chronological order. One of the problems that I noticed that a lot of people that debate is when they debate, sometimes they can be like.
Now you heard this brother say, I brought more sources than this brother. In other words, in support of what I was saying, right? In reference to tracing everything back. He didn't even see all the sources y'all finna see in a few seconds. You know what I mean? He just got a portion of what was there. And when y'all see these, y'all gonna see that the Mari is older than this so-called Naga. And y'all gonna also see that these Moors that on the manifest, you know, that they are linked in this time presently, all the way back into the ancient times. And we're gonna prove this right here. You know, so let him finish.
Everywhere. You stayed on point, even with the few sources you had, you stuck to the point. And one of the major points that a lot of brothers are missing is that they're missing ground foot research. Most of the research that the Kemetic Moorish brother was dealing with was Western academia research to disprove your theses. Whereas though you was using ground research from people from the continent and giving us the information as to what they were saying. The only way that the Moorish Kemetic brother can beat you is that he will have to create a methodology with a thesis to disprove you. I just want to give a quick example, and then I'm gonna give y'all my decision. Imagine if you're a scientist and you study exactly.
Now he's saying that I would have to use ground foot research. This brother used it, he say, coming from those scholars, but those scholars didn't say what he was saying as far as about them being the age that he say they was. And the age that they gave wasn't older than what I said. So the chronology, again, is not the case. The whole measure is who is older, the Mari or the Naga. You see, but it's a reason why this had to be demonstrated this way.
Exotic flowers from Japan. And in that discovery or that viewing of these exotic plants, you discover one of the plants give off a fume that can cure cancer. So as a scientist, you start doing, you know, experimentation in the laboratories. You might, you know, run into animals that have cancer, humans that have cancer. And as time develops, you wind up curing cancer, or the scientist starts to cure cancer to the point he wins the Nobel Peace Prize. That's cool. He had a methodology by the way of his thesis. One of the problems within the debate circle, people are what we consider parrot regurgitated scholars, meaning they don't create a methodology or an institution of higher learning to challenge the social norm. The only way in this premise that the Kemetic Moorish brother could beat this discussion here, you would have to create a methodology, a science within an institutional higher learning setting by the way of ground footwork to challenge you or to beat him. And the reason why I'm saying that, because the Naga brother was using ground research from scholars from Nigeria within their own cultural construct. So that's why I got to give it to Naga. The reason why I got to give it to him is because he used ground foot research, and Western academia can't hold the weight with ground foot research.
And also, I want to make it known I use works of G.M. James in this special demonstration. That's ground foot research.
All
right, man. King Naga, clean sweep. That make that
bro.
brother. Hey, what you like 7-0 on the den? You know what
Like
I'm saying?
7-0.
7-0, King Naga.
I say, bro, I want to say, bro, I gotta salute the brother because it's like, man, it's been hard for me to get a debate, JJ, bro. It's like 2 in a row ran out on me. Probably
you know how it go.
Possible 3, you know what I'm saying? So I salute the brother, man. I got nothing but love for Kamisha, man. Like I say, bro, shout out to you, your movement. You know what I'm saying? If you ever need help, you holler at us, man. We all want.
And Kamisha is a powerful brother. He's a powerful
like
brother.
I told you, like I told her when we had the one-on-one, bro. It's all for the collective, you know what I'm saying? And you agree with that. So
hey, Sister Kareem, get it on the whole panel, please.
It's nothing but love. Give me that spirit of the 504 when you get a chance, JJ.
Okay, JJ. Can I address the panel?
Yeah. We're gonna do that. Then we're gonna end the show with King Naga's video.
Okay, all is well. I just want to say this to the panel. You know, all is well, you know, for the decision that was made as I come forth to bring forth, you know, information to uplift the family. You know, it's never a win or lose demonstration with me. But I will say this. I heard most of our family saying that they made their decision upon chronological order, you know, but the debate or the discussion, as it was called, was based upon, you know, one being able to show which was older. You know what I mean? And I would say that I would be one that actually put that out there as far as dealing with, you know, showing that the Nagas wasn't as older, you know, by the maps, because we wasn't debating chronology. We were debating who was older, you know, but that's all good and well, though. You know, we give honors to the brother, you know, and we're going to keep doing what we do, you know, because, hey, man, it is what it is. You know, I understand how it go. You know, let our people get it.
Right.
Whatever best for them to get, all is well.
Hey, and you know what? This shouldn't be the last discussion on this, man. You the brothers can do a bill, you know what I'm saying? You come on and do your presentation. You know, like Mighty Hebrew said, man, you know, it's a method. I can't even pronounce it. Methodology process.
Yes,
you know
it's a methodology. Yeah, you gotta.
The norm.
I want to say something. If Jeremiah Judah go into his page, while y'all was debating, what I was doing was sending him the primary source information that I felt as though King Naga should have used. One of the things that King Naga focuses on is naturally Nigeria, because that's his focal point. Whether if you're dealing with the Hebrews going back to the Bantu Nigerians, or if he's dealing with the Naga, he focuses on Nigeria. One of the things that, if not most Israelites and most people in general that deal with high science, they don't know antediluvian history. If I start talking about the Tavaklis or the Romorhos, nobody's not going to know what we're talking about. When you were saying to the brother about the word moral being older than Naga, historically, my lord, and dealing with the ground research, it's nowhere near older than Naga. When you talk about the serpent people or the Nagas, that's who you're talking about. Even when you start talking about ancient Kemet, you'll start doing research, you'll find out that Upper Kemet was a colony of the Nagas, going back to 450,000 BCE. You had a group of people known as Tavaklis that started to teach these Romorhos and not the Romorhos, or the Tavaklis pre-pyramid or / diamond power. And as time developed, you see this in the dynasty of the kings, or the divine dynasties, 210,000 BCE. They had 3 divine dynasties, and they speak about how the Nagas colonized the area what we know today as Kemet thousands of years before the sons of Ham even came about. So you have to get on ground, go amongst Indian Brahmins, go amongst the different tribal chiefs throughout Africa and even in the Americas that still have chiefs. Even when you look at the Mayan civilization, they're a derivative of the Naga. This is just a historical fact. This is something that we can't get away from. I advise people to study East Indian records because out of all the nations on the planet, they have the most extensive information about the Nagas than anybody on the planet. And I send it to Jeremiah Judah in his back page. If he want to share some of the pictures, he can, and I can explain some of the pictures, but don't get it twisted. The Moor does play a role with the Naga for the fact when you listen to Moors talking about the continent of Mu and all these different areas, they're really talking about Naga history. That's what they're talking about. They're just using a different name to describe the same subject matter. So that's all I wanted to say. I wanted to let both of y'all brothers know y'all both brilliant young scholars. I've been watching the brother Comedian for quite some time since he's been on the scene. Give a shout out to his elder, to our elder, Pleasant L. Bay, The Zooming of a Nation. Y'all ain't got that book. Y'all need to go get that, cop that book. That's an excellent book. But that's all I wanted to say.
Hey, Jeremiah Judah, let me say something to Mighty Hebrew real quick.
Okay.
Hey, Shalom Alaikum.
Hey, Shalom, that's my homie. When you gonna get over here, Mikael? Stop playing these games, man.
I was just gonna tell you, give me about 2 months to sew up some business here. I'll be there.
All you gotta do is get your plane ticket, everything free. I got the crib for you. Everything. You ain't gotta worry about nothing.
Hey, I want to say, you know, it's tripped out because I do want to reiterate to our Kamisha Moore brother. I really don't feel he lost. It's just the victory had to go to somebody. And so, you know, the brother King Naga edged it out. But on any given night, that could have been you. That's how close it was. That's how close it was.
It was very close. It was very, I'm like, because.
This is what I wanted to say. Hey, y'all, this tripped out. Hey, Mighty Hebrew. You remember we was chilling at you remember we was chilling at.
So Islam Moors, you know, we giving you the drawing of what everything went out and came out to be. And you can see the brother kind of retracted his statement when he went back to the Meru, you know, and saying these are the same people that the Indians refer to in their literature. Because in the literature of a lot of the Sanskrit teaching, they speak of the Meru, you know. And so as far as dealing with the symbol of the serpent is what they're talking about. The symbol of the serpent goes back to the time, you know, of the creation aspect, but that was not, you know, mentioned always in the term of dealing with the concept of a Naga. You know, the serpent was also known as the Wajet. You see what I'm saying? And the Wajet was the one that actually was from the beginning. But all of the other names of those people that the brother referred to still didn't go back to the ENG root. He was only saying that these people, you know, that he was naming of the antediluvian time, they were really known as the Nagas, but under other names. See, you can't do that. We're tracing Naga in the name Mari, you see? But then he admitted again, you know, that when you go back to Lemuria, oh, well, this is the same people. But all of this is stuff that he is equating with his own research. We can see the drawing on where he's coming from, but it's not in line with the subject matter. So without further ado and delay, what we finna do right now, we finna give you the grand drawing on this special measure, you know, because we got the time to drop it off to you. And Moorish Ken, y'all gonna get a grand insight. Some of this stuff you familiar with, some of it you ain't familiar with. But it's going to definitely strengthen you along the way. And hopefully our family that's looking for, you know, this special knowledge, that have no knowledge of who the Moors are, we finna give you a grand drawing. So I'm going to first show you, you know, what transpired after this particular discussion. Let me stop sharing my screen. I received a call from the brother Judah last night, yeah, man, you should come forth and put your drawing out here, and just give a grand measure, and lay all the information out. And because I told him I would most likely do it on my own platform, because I got the time and I ain't got to worry about going back and forth, with a lot of conflict and confusion and so forth and so on. And I want to give honors to your family for everything else that y'all had demonstrated by bringing your presence here, Brother Bati Bey and Brother Marvin Edwards Bey. And I want to show you, some of y'all already know what it is, but I'm going to show our family, some of the things that was said to me. And this is after the fact, early today, in relation to this special subject matter. Let me open it up. Okay, make sure I got that there. Okay. These are some of the brothers, actually the first brother that was speaking, before the convo between me and the brother that actually had the discussion. And this is what the brother said. Let me share this. Okay, screen sharing. Okay, window. Okay, there we go, right there. The brother reached out to me in the inbox, the first brother that was speaking. And he said, not being in the MST of A is why you got beat. Now, this is somebody that ain't even in the temple. This is what he said, right? And then notice, the label up here. So I'm on this platform, but notice the name that's also there. So it wouldn't be right if I was allowed to basically, as they call it, win, which I don't care about winning or losing, on a platform that's hosted by somebody that's in cahoots with the particular people. That's one point. But notice that. What me being a part and parcel of the MST of A got to do with the discussion. Then I mentioned some measures dealing with government to this one, and he responded. What did that got to do with not being in the temple? Noble Drew Ali set the government within the temple structure. And I don't watch explicit if you teach, right? This is how these ones go, as far as getting outside of the public in the way that they demonstrate. This is what I'm dealing with when it comes to trying to teach our people. And all this had to do with me showing a young brother that was in this page, the truth of government. And he was trying to say here about theocracy and, theocratic government being in the MST of A. This was his approach, in that, again, they calling us fakers, so to speak. You know what I mean? And he called me a usurper, because I'm part and parcel of the MSG of A. So we see the whole measure was based upon a biasness that was there in ones trying to push their own narrative, and a lot of them are trying to identify with that same paradigm that they created. The problem is we finna set the record straight right now. And so let me put this information out here for all those who really want to see what this demonstration is. And we're going to go all the way back up here to where it started at, basically. And just to let you know, family, this information is being put out here at the behest of the Egyptian Adeptus Research Sultanate, which is hosted by our Moorish American government. I want to give honors to Act One, all my family, my Grand National Chairman, for inspiring us with the exhuming of a nation. We want to give honors to all the consuls and consul generals and vice consul generals, all of those who are agents of divinity, representing this Moorish measure, because we are here to bring our people the truth. We're not here to reinvent the wheel. Everything that I'm bringing here is in line with deific will. That golden cord of love which never break, that most trustworthy handhold. So, to lay a basis and a foundation, family, I created this chart, and it's been out here for years now. And Moors are already familiar with it. Say we Moors are the ancient of days, indigenous to the planet, and our sacred garden is the world. Years ago in my study and my research, a light bulb, a light switch popped on in my head, so to speak. And I seen that Euphrates, Gihon, Pishon, Tigris, or Tigris, if you remove all of the letters except the first letters, you get Egypt. So this made me see, not only bear witness to the fact that all of these places that are mentioned are right there in the Nile Valley civilization area, but it gave me a strong foundation of knowing that the Garden of Eden had to do a lot, with our ancestors, and that goes all the way over into the land that is known as Mecca as well. They were connected, you see, because the ancient Cushites were the inhabitants of both of these lands. We're not talking about the modern people that came later. You see what I'm saying? And this is what they are getting mixed up. See, I'm giving the history of the ancient Cushites versus the modern Cushites. And in research, if you go and do your own research, in the book of Enoch, you would actually find, and this is not a book called Pseudo Enoch. I want to make that plain. Most of the books that Europeans label pseudo, they do so because it comes from the Coptic. And the Coptic books were translated by our people. I got one that has the Coptic and the Greek in it hand in hand. It's the original book of Enoch. And they refer to Noah as Menachem. But if you look at the name Menachem, you see Mina and Cam. You will find that Mina and Cam actually has to do with one that he deals with progenitor, or the families of the nations. We're going to get to that as we're going through this in special measure. But Mina in Kemet is synonymous with the Noah that they try to teach you about in the Bible. In other words, the Noah of the Bible, his story was brought to you, from this special one that was known as Mina, which deals with Cam, and we'll get into that in a minute. But it was him who gave birth, Menachem gave birth to who they call Ham. And when you put the K on the front, sometime it's a C, it's Cam, right? All of this you have to know before we go into these measures. Now notice that I also place here the land of Ad equals Aden. Aden is the ancient name for Eden. Notice the etymological tracing that I'm demonstrating here. Ad in Arabic means the original or first people. Hence Atlantis or Adland. You see, Atlantis, right? Then you have the land of Mu. You see, Lemuria, Elmuria. Hence then Mari, Mir, Mera, Meru, Meroi, Mor. You see, etymologically descends from the M and the R root, which you seen the brother trying to go against, and they claim that he put out there so well. I want to blow this up and make sure y'all get it though. Now, we're not here to Bible thump. We're only showing you the record and putting it in line with what most people are familiar with. So we know Cush was the first son of Ham or Cam, according to Genesis chapter 2, verse 8 through 15, right? From Cush, we know Meroi descends. Big facts. All one got to go and do is look it up. These ones known in the more modern time were known as the Sabah Meroi. And so I placed here Sabah Moors, going back to the root M and R. You can look this up. It can be Googled. The Mesra, a Mesa, which really come from Mesurah, it also has to do with those who are descendants of the gods. Also those who beget gods. Mesurah in the Kemetic language. We'll get into a lot of that. M and R, right? You have Mar and Mera. All of this, you're going to see me demonstrate. These Mar and Mera, which deals with Tamare, Amari, Tamari, and Mar dealing with Amen, which we pointed out before, most Moors know this. They are known as the Hikapta Moors. Hikapta is where the name Egyptus and then Egyptian actually come from. And that's why they say the Mizraim or the Mizraimites are the Egyptian. You see, Mesra is not the Kamites. The Kamites gave birth to the Mizraimites. You see? So there was a time later on in the periods where there was amalgamation that came on, and then you'll see the hues come from that dark hue, that melanated hue, and then come into some mix and a little light and a little brighter, so to speak. But we know the Moors come in many different hues, from the ripest of the right to the lightest of the light. So all is well with that. Put that is referred to in the Piscean records of the Bible is really known as those who came to be known as Libya. And those who are in the region of Libya, which is right next to the Nile Valley civilization, this is where the strongest migration of the Moorish root come from, through the seas of Ham. You see, they migrated, these seeds are the ones that migrated with their father into the west coast of Africa. And this is where your Numidians and all of them come from. The Mari, the Moors, you see? This is where they come from, you know, in that later stage, but still more ancient than where we at now. This is where we descend through this line, but not only them, but also the Kanana. You see, in the Kanana, which is the seed, or the Canaanites, as people would call them, they are known as the Amori, the Amaru. You see, indeed, notice this one, even though in Canaan, you know, the indigenous Canaanites, they wore the Atef. That's the headdress of Al-Sar. You see, so you can see the connections of the Canaanites to ancient Kemet. This is a Cushitic, you know, individual, so to speak. You can see the Cushitic roots from the head, you know, the way the hair is, so to speak. And we're going to show that in a minute. So the last but not least, those Amari Amaru are known as the Mu'aba Moors. So it's a mixture between these two tribes here that also migrated over to the west. And you will see that it was documented in the teachings of the Amaru, you know, the Phoenician language and all that came on to manifest through them. You will see that a word is rooted and it goes back to the same name. So here in this particular document, this is basically saying the same thing, but not pictorially. Notice it says Hamitic nations. I just showed you who the Cushite were. And it tells you that the interior knowledge is of faith alone, the Khorassans, the Sumerians, Akkadians, Chaldea, Babylonians. These were known as Cushites. They had Asiatic Cushites that were, they said, expelled from Chaldea by the Semitic invasions and all of that, right? But then they had the African Cushites. These were actually the original Cushites. Because remember, from Cush, this Cush here, came Sabah. Sabah was the first son of Cush. Then Havilah, which is another name for the Garden of Eve, which is another name for the Middle East. Then you had Sapta, Sapteka, and Ra'ama, you see, which actually can take you back to Ra'amin or Amin-Ra, if you really want to go into the essence of it. So this is the Ethiopian Cushites who were the original inhabitants, you see, that spread abroad, or whatever, the ancient ones, not the ones that were known as the Naka. The Naka is not that old, and that's what I was trying to tell that brother. So then you had Mizraim, which was the other son we mentioned. So from them, you know, which it says his sons are so many nomes or regions in Egypt. They spread out in many directions. Ludim, Anamim, Lahabium, it said Naptuhim, Patrusim, Capturim, Kasluhim. All of these particular tribes, and a lot of these ones actually went into the Libyan area as well when you do your research, you know, but the Putites were most rooted in that area. Knowledges and reasonings from the letter of the word Libyans of North Africa, the Putites, right? North African nations, the ancient Numidians, Mauritanians, the modern Berbers, the Kabyles, and the Tuaregs and Moors. These were the ones that migrated from that place that is known as Libya, which is known also as Punt, all the way across, and they were known as the Pathrusia as well. But they migrated from that area out of the Nile Valley across North Africa into West Africa. You see? And then you deal with Canaan. They talk about the lowlanders, worship without anything internal, original Canaanites in southern Chaldea. You see? So you had Canaanites that were on the manifest that came later, but you had the original Canaanites. The actual original Canaanites were actually known as Cadmonites, were the inhabitants of the land of Canaan. Let's put it that way. So they talk about the Amorites, the Jebusites, the Perizzites, pardon self, and the Hittites and the Hivites, right? But Prophet Noble Drew Ali tell you that all of these people, you see the Amorites, right? Which goes back to what I was showing you here. Same thing I'm saying, but the only difference is I found the M and R root that connect them all. You see? So now, since we was talking about linguistics and language, I want to give our family a grand drawing on this here. This is very important because I was trying to tell these ones that E. Wallace Budge, first and foremost, was not the translator of these works. It was Coptic Christians that did this for him. And different, they translated it into Coptic, Hieratic, and Demotic. This is the original Hieratic text right here. I want to blow that up. Now, if you look at the original Hieratic text, that's alphabet. You see, this, pardon self, this, in what you see on the bottom here, this is the symbols that E. Wallace Budge basically chose to try to basically transcribe, so to speak, this language into these symbols. Our ancestors carved these symbols on rocks, and a lot of these things had to do with the way they lived life and so forth and so on. It was a priestly script. It was never meant to be understood by means of alphabets. This script was metaphysical. That's why in the teachings of the Moorish Holy Quran, it says when Yehoshua found himself in a place, and he was alone, he seen, these special symbols, these signs and symbols, these glyphs on the wall. He didn't have an alphabet to decipher them. He was told to ponder and think upon them. That's the purpose of this script. And a lot of the stuff you see inscribed on monuments are only telling the story or just the history being recorded of our people. They recorded their history in stone, their day-to-day living. It wasn't meant to be deciphered in alphabet. That's why you got over 1,000 or 2,000 different symbols. So the European, trying to be systematic, created an alphabet from a couple of these symbols. Problem is, if you just take 24 of these symbols and make them into an alphabet, what all other 1,000 represent? Then they'll tell you these are determinatives. In other words, what they determined to be something, they got that from basically measures dealing with some Chinese script, because Chinese script had determinatives, in order to understand things that was incomprehensible to the average person. So they decided to use that methodology and apply it to what they was trying to do over here. But you can actually see the connection of the language of China to this hieratic alphabet. Make no mistake about it, because there are connections between those people and our people. However, the language varies and the alphabet varies dealing with different people. Certain languages the same, only difference is they may flip a letter, catacornered, or they might flip it all the way upside down. And this is how they changed and made distinctions between their language and other people's languages. That's how languages are adopted. But nevertheless, if you notice how imperfect this script is. It's script that's missing here. So this is what E. Wallace Budge was referring to when he spoke on guesswork. I'm mentioning all this for a reason. I'm showing you that, you know, the European, first and foremost, didn't translate it. You know, he had somebody else do it, and everything that he dealt with, he tell you that it was not perfect. In fact, he didn't even intend for this to become a dictionary that people would become dependent on, but they would see these things and begin to do their own work and produce their own dictionary, which is what I'm getting ready to do. See, these ones are so dependent upon European scholarship, you know, they don't want to hear that these things were translated, you know, into the hieratic, demotic, and the Coptic, and hid up under them symbols that E. Wallace Budge them pretty much put in order and made their alphabet and called it hieroglyphics. When in all actuality, like I say, the symbols our ancestors wrote, they were meant to be understood metaphysically. They are not alphabets. These symbols represent things. That's why if you look at it, you see, you know, a man here, you see a bird there. In fact, the way that they talk about determinatives, that's the way they should be interpreting, you know, the glyphs as things and not alphabets and letters. These, again, are the alphabets and letters family. So if you look at all these spots where, you know, in the imperfect papyri, and then you look at how everything is perfect here, that means that E. Wallace Budge had to fill in certain things in order to bring about trying to give you something. He'll tell you he did it. So listen to what he say here. He said the professional copyists of the Book of the Dead and the monastic scribes who laboriously transcribed Coptic, Syriac, Arabic, and Ethiopic texts in Egypt, Ethiopia, and Syria made many mistakes, misspelt the words of the archetypes in their copies, omitted whole lines, and made nonsense of many passages. How he gonna tell them that they made nonsense of a language that they come up around? This is the arrogance of the European. By omitting parts, words, and mixing together remaining parts. It seems to me obvious from these facts that everyone who undertakes a long and very tedious work, like the making of an Egyptian dictionary, must be guilty of the perpetration of mistakes, blunders, and errors in his copying, however careful he may be. In my work, there will be found inconsistencies, misunderstandings, and misprints, and probably downright misstatements. This is E. Wallace Budge saying this about his works. But they trying to defend him when he wasn't trying to defend himself. Notwithstanding such defects, I hope and believe that this dictionary will be useful. And he's saying basically to the one that's seriously researching and trying to put their dictionary together. This is another measure, and y'all seen this where he said, I'm conscious that unfortunately I possess none of the qualifications necessary for such a great work, except in a very limited degree. Nevertheless, I have written this dictionary. He's saying he don't qualify, but he wrote this dictionary, and how it came to do so, the following paragraphs will show. Now, mind you, it was other people that translated it, and he put together what they had in translation and wrote down a systematic way of understanding according to his insight. But he didn't actually translate them teachings because he didn't know Coptic. He didn't know Hieratic. You see what I'm saying? This is what our people have to realize. That's why when the brother was asking me about determinants and what that, no, we ain't going into that. So as far as dealing with the alphabet, with the root M and R, that was translated, you know, from the Coptic, from the Hieratic, from the Demotic. It wasn't translated from them symbols. That's why I disregard the symbols while looking at the translation, because I know the translation is hidden under the symbol. It's plain and simple. We're going to show this. It says, I have not copied them straight out of, he's saying, selecting these Coptic equivalents, I have not copied them in straight out of the Coptic dictionary, but have satisfied myself that they bear the meaning which the Egyptian words have in passages in the Coptic versions of the Bible and in Coptic patristic literature generally. You see? He also stated here, the Hebrew, Syriac, Arabic, and other Semitic words quoted in entries stand in a different relationship to the Egyptian, because you'll see that in his dictionary. Words from all them languages, Syriac, Arabic, Hebrew. It say, for they merely represent borrowings of words, usually by the Egyptians from the Semites. It say, Willis, the true Coptic words are native Egyptian. This is for those who think that Coptic is something other than the Kemetic language. Coptic is the last stage that it evolved into, and then Egyptian Arabic came on to manifest after that. You see? So he said, they seem to me to stand in quite different category from the pronouns, which were borrowed at a very early period by the Egyptians from the people whom, for want of a better name, we may call Proto-Semites. It says, and in the greater number of them were certainly introduced into Egyptian texts after the Egyptians founded the colonies in Syria and Palestine by the scribes who either knew no Egyptian words that were exactly suitable for their purpose, or who wished to ornament their compositions by the use of Semitic words or show their erudition. You see? So it goes on. This is another statement from Budge. Listen to him. He said, among the words given in this dictionary are many which are derived from Demotic texts. As my knowledge of this branch of Egyptology is rudimentary, I have relied for the correctness of their transcription into hieroglyphs. So he took the Demotic language and transcribed it into hieroglyphs, the sets that he wanted to put together. And then he said into hieroglyphs, chiefly upon the works of that of erratic genius. In other words, spontaneous guesswork. These scholars have shown that the demonologists are able to transcribe demotic texts into hieroglyphs. That's backwards. People have been told that hieroglyphics from this was translated into the other text, but it was actually the other way around. They transcribed the text from the original text, which is alphabet, into the symbols. That's no different than when you see Masonic symbols that have, a certain look to them, but there's a meaning that's hidden behind them. That's what E. Wallace Budge did to the true language and alphabet of the people. You see? Then he says in Birch's view that they were unable to do this is no longer tenable. About the correctness of the meanings of many demotic words given by them, there can be no doubt, for the equivalence of a great number of them and their counterparts in form are to be found even in the existing Coptic scaling and in the printed Coptic vocabularies and dictionaries of Peyron, Tatum, and Parthe. So he telling you these things came from Coptic and Demotic. Again, don't confuse them with hieroglyphics that they created. Metal Netta and hieroglyphics is different. They ain't the same thing. Even though they like to call Metal Netta hieroglyphics, from the comedian standpoint, it was totally different. They actually call it the Re Kim, the spoken word when you deal with the alphabets. But that's another measure, the writings. And then he says, throughout this book, the transliteration of the Egyptian word is placed first in the entry, according to the plan followed by in my vocabulary. It say to the Theban recension of the book of the dead. Then follows the Egyptian word in hieroglyphs, frequently with a reference. It say to the text where it is found, and then the meaning. Now the exact meaning of many words is unknown. There you go again, and can only be guessed at by the context. In some cases, the context makes the meaning of an unknown word comparatively certain, but in others, especially where no probable Coptic equivalent is forthcoming, it does not. And then any meaning suggested is little else than the result of guesswork. In many cases, then the English words that are set down as translations of rare and difficult Egyptian words must only be regarded as suggestions as to the probable meanings. So these are all suggested words. Now, what we were able to do is trace the etymological root of these words back to certain words that were transcribed by these Coptic people. So we can see the accuracy of some of the translation, but E. Wallace Budge took credit for their work of translating. You've seen the movies like Raiders of the Lost Ark and Indiana Jones. This was based off of basically the same type of stuff they demonstrate. You go in there and steal ancient relics. Read the history of E. Wallace Budge. He went into Egypt and he actually stole papyri, wrapped it up in newspaper and ran off with it. He was caught in the modern time. They'd have chopped his hands off. It was even said in certain teachings or certain histories that some of the people that actually recorded translated, these measures in the Coptic were actually killed to make it secret, because they were dealing with competition on who can translate first from the Rosetta Stone at one time, when Champollion first came forth, because he didn't have a complete work that he brought forth. You see what I'm saying? So he said, this especially is the case with the certain words in the pyramid text. The meaning of some of them is tolerably clear from the determinatives that they created, but there are a considerable number of words in these difficult documents for which no one has so far proposed meanings that may be considered correct. The spells and magical formulae which abound in these texts are not only difficult to translate because of the words of unknown meaning in them, but also because it is not always clear where one word ends and the next begins. Even Maspero found himself unable to translate whole sentences and passages in them. As none of the translations of the promise by German scholars has yet appeared, it seems as though the difficulties which they belittled in describing Maspero's edition of the pyramid text have vanquished them. See, there was competition between those who were in Germany, Britain, and the United States to see who would be the first ones to translate, these special works. That's what our family don't know, and so I wanted to share all of that with you, and I bring you back here, for example, like I was telling you about dealing with Kim and Menachem. This is one way of dealing with showing the identity of a word. Now, this is Coptic, which is also spelled Menachem. Let me blow that up. Menachem is from a Coptic root, Menakham, which is also spelled Khem, pardon self, Menachem. Now, notice that this word Menachem is a combination of Kim and Menu. Notice it's a god of procreation and generative power. Now, when you go into the narrative that they tried to demonstrate in the Piscean records, isn't that what they tried to say that Noah was? They didn't use the term God, but you can see the connection of one who is a progenitor, one who is trying to bring a people into the manifest. You see, and there are those who will go in opposition to the concept, and they say, well, there was no flood and so forth and so on. Now, I would say there was no flood, in the sense that people think. But yes, there was a flood that all of the world recorded. There's a flood of the Nile that's mentioned in the Piscean records and the teachings of ancient Kemet. That's the inundation time. The Nile rises. That's a flood. Now, this world flood demonstration, this is how we deal with information too, family. We don't just get information and go by that information, run on it just because we get it. I have a lot of classical sources to back up this stuff. Before I was born, before a lot of us was born, 200 years old, because the further you go back with the information, the lesser of the lies you have. A lot of the information is watered down from those original sources. So the original sources will tell you that our people was the original people. To give you the original definition of what Moor is. We're going to show you that. I'm talking about dictionary from the 1600s. They'll tell you it ain't got nothing to deal with all this new stuff that you see in the modern dictionary that these people are using to attack the Moorish paradigm. But nevertheless, again, you can see the accuracy of me going back to Menachem, which is Coptic, and going into that which is Kim and Menu. You know, that's easy to demonstrate. But I'm going to show you something in relation to dealing with just touching on these flood demonstrations. There was a flood mentioned in Tanzania, you know, where one was dealing with the flood, and it was told just as it was told in the Piscean records. There was a flood also among the Chaldeans that was also told. And Zosistrus was said to be the one in this measure. The same flood story told. This is among, you know, those who are the Chaldeans, which are also descendants of the Cushites. You see? Here is China. They also had a flood in an ancient story. And all of them told the same story about a bird coming back, you know, sending a bird out and all this type of stuff to look for dry land. Every last one of these people in different cultures, family. India. It said a long time ago lived a man named Manu. Now notice Manu can be linked phonetically back to the word that I just mentioned a few minutes ago. It can be linked back to, I'm trying to get this demonstration and stretch it out. It can be linked back to the root word here, which is Mina, Menachem, which we just showed over here. Minu. Minu can be traced back to the word Manu in that text of India that we talking about right here. Listen to what it say. This India, a long time ago lived a man named Manu. Manu, while washing himself, saved a small fish from the jaws of a large fish. And the fish told Manu, if you care for me until I'm full grown, I will save you from terrible things to come. Manu asked what kind of terrible thing. The fish told Manu that a great flood will soon come and destroy everything on the earth. Now he's saying a fish told him this, right? There's a lot of symbolism in relation to dealing with the fish. But it went on and said the fish told Manu to put him in a clay jar for protection, and the fish grew, and each time he outgrew the clay jar, Manu gave him a larger one. This is where you go back to why when people say, well, if you put a fish in a bigger tank, then they have more room to grow. You can see this was being demonstrated here, just a key. Finally, the fish became a gahasha, right? A gasha, one of the largest fish in the world. It says the fish instructed Manu to build a large ship. Since the flood was going to happen very soon, as the rain started, Manu tied the rope from the ship to the gasha. You'll see they got pictures of this in India. It says the fish guided the ship as the waters rose, and the whole earth was covered by water. And when the waters began to subside, the Gasha led Manu's ship to a mountaintop. That's an Indian story, a story in India of the flood. In Babylon, the Gilgamesh epic, there was one that was also dealing with a flood. You see? And it talked about, all of them talking about a flood that happened, family. And then the ship that was built, the boat that was built sat on a mountain. Now, these are people from all over the world in their text telling these stories. So me coming from an Islamic standpoint, I was always taught that when it come down to dealing with these types of things, you deal with sound information by gathering information from the many different sources. And so if everybody is saying the same thing, if we want to get into some methodology on breaking this down. If we dealing with a scene of a crime and everybody describe it to the T and point it out and put you on the scene of the crime, in most cases, you're going to be found guilty. So I'm showing that from all of these people from different parts of the culture saying the same story, same thing, there has to be some credence to that as special measure. You see? But it goes deeper than that. So now we come to the word menu. It says an Ethiophalic god of generation, right? That's one of the god of the fifth month. Menu. It says in the Nasasin stele, a quay, a harbor, which has to do with where ships go. Mina, meaning harbor, a heaven. Also, you know, people don't know that the word Mina or Minoah or the word Newark, which is going also into dealing with Noah, as actually has to do with means to rest. So a harbor is a place of rest or a haven as well. Minuat, harbor, haven. Minatu, arrival in port. What am I showing you right now? Why is all this necessary? I'm showing you how you trace back words through etymology, family. We ain't worried about all these symbols that they got going on up in here because we already know. I just explained what's going on with that. You had one known as Menu Amen, a dual god of generation. Menu Menua, a title of menu. Menua. You see, notice all of these are dealing with, and even here, Minatu, which means arrival at a port. Notice the Coptic is present here. Notice they putting all these things in here, letting you know that they transliterated that, you know, from the Coptic, as I stated earlier. Now, being that I just gave those measures on etymology, you know, and showing you how words can be linked back and showing you how things can be put together, I'm going to read this definition again. It states, the full definition of etymology. It says the history of linguistic forms such as words shown by tracing its development since its early recorded occurrence in the language where it is found by tracing its transmission from one language to another, by analyzing it into its component parts, by identifying its cognates, it says in other languages, or by tracing it and its cognates to a common ancestral form in ancestral language. That's what you see me doing. I'm showing you the earliest recorded development of the root of M and R. I'm showing you how it can be traced from culture to culture across, you know, these different land barriers, which you've seen them give credit, you know, from that aspect of saying, yeah, the brother demonstrated some grand etymology. I'm going to show you how good grand I get with this etymology and showing you stuff when it comes to the roots, though. If you pay attention, this is Alsar. The root to Alsar is ASR, right? The derivative comes into Alsar, how we pronounce it when you put the vowels in it. Sometimes it's just ASAR, but it's AUSRAR, right? But the root is Alsar, right? There's another root that also refers to the same deity, Usir, and the derivative goes into Usir, which is ancient Egyptian official, right? Then it says Arabic root wazir. Now the Arabic root wazir derived from these particular words that I mentioned a few minutes ago. See, the root is W, Z, and R. So the U and W is interchangeable in the language. And the derivative is wazir, and wazir often refers to wazir, which is also vizier in the English, which is a high-ranking political advisor or minister. See, this is how you demonstrate real etymology. I'm showing you how it traced from the Kemetic roots all the way into the Arabic, and then it comes into how they use the term in the English language. So when you hear of a grand wazir or grand vizier, that actually go back to Alsar. Notice it's an Egyptian official. Notice it's a high-ranking and political advisor or minister. But it gets deeper. See, when you come here, you see usurped, usurped. If you pay attention to this, usurped can actually go back to an English word that means assert yourself. We say, you know, the definition of power for us has to do with one who is able to exert, you know, that special self or that power at the will of their use. To assert oneself means to come forth with force in the English language. I'm just tying this in now. So this language, you can see, if you go back to this word assert, it can be traced back to strength, power, might, strong thing. Amen. Amen. Right? Useru, mighty ones, power, strong beings. Usir, right? God of strength. Usir, one of the ko of Ra. Usurti, a god. Usurt, goddess, right? Of, and then it states Usurt, lake in Seket Aru. Seket Aru is known as the heavens, or the paradise of the Kemites. Nessi Ma'au, a goddess, Usurti. Usurt Ba, the title of Ra and Osiris together. Then Usur Bayu Ephim Uaktra, which is actually the Dindera, warrior god. So when you look at them, all of them are connected to each other from that aspect. But I just showed you, how they are related. There it is again, Wasir. And what's even more powerful is these two instruments he have in his hand over here, which is known as the crook, which is known today as a cane. You see them in a lot of Greek organizations. With them, people always talk about the cane as being their third leg and strength, and that's the flail. These symbols represent royalty and power. Now watch this. Usar, another name of dealing with what? A late form of the name of Osiris. Usar, Usir. Here it is down here as well. Usir, to be strong. Usir, strong one. Oppressor. You see, some people can be so strong they can be oppressors. They say he ruled with an iron fist, but these symbols represent that power. So as we go on, we see Alsar. We already know what that is. That's the ancestor god of the dynastic Egyptians. They got all the history on that. We don't have to go into that. You already see Alsar in different forms here. Can be traced back to the same measure, but it's still Alsar. I didn't go all the way into everything I wanted to put here, but those who are familiar with the term Mecca know that you trace it back to Baka in the Piscean records. Also in the Arabic, Baka or Bakate in the Kemetic language is a common name for settlement, inhabited district, place, or origin. See the Coptic root there? Remember, Arabic came after Coptic. So, inhabited district. This is what Mecca was. This is what, it became. Here's another word that goes into Mecca, which means to turn to or run towards. This is why you hear them say turn towards the Qibla, a certain direction. But we know the true Mecca is within us. The true Mecca represents the Ka in the Ba within us. See, this is real etymology right here I'm demonstrating. And notice how easy it is. Now watch this. This measure is in the Grand Quran. It says, nay, whoever submits his whole self to God and is a doer of good, he will get his reward with his Lord, and on such shall be no fear, nor shall they grieve. There's some etymology attached to this. The word whole self is actually translated from this word. The word translated as self is waj. It's a comprehensive Arabic word. It means literally face. We say when one look into the face of man, he looking into the face of Allah. This is in the Grand Quran. It says, but it may imply countenance or favor, honor or glory. This is definition of this word waj, right? Presence as in applied to God. So the presence of God is within the self is what it's telling us in regards to dealing with this word waj. It says cause the sake of, for the sake of, as in, first part, beginning, nature, inner being, essence, self, as in, here I understand the meaning. This is Yusuf Ali speaking. He say the face expresses the personality of the whole inner self of man. Powerful. And he has Sufistic roots. He has Sufi adepts in his bloodline. So I love Yusuf Ali's translation because there's a lot of esoteric science and wisdom in it. Now watch what I connect to another portion. Now this is known as the Wajet in ancient Kemet, also the Ochet, because the W in the U is interchangeable, as I stated. This word wajet, which is a symbol of this symbol of what they call protection, gave birth to the waj. Now, this is another ayat in the same surah, just a few ayats away from none, because the other ayat was 112. This is 115. It says, to God belongs the east and the west. Whithersoever ye turn, there is the presence of God. For God is all pervading, all knowing. This is telling you that Allah is ever present. It don't matter where you turn, Allah is present. So it ain't righteous that you turn toward the east or the west. When you're dealing with what's outside of you, because true east is within you. That's where Allah is always present. You see? Now look at this. I'm just dealing with etymology. We're getting ready to get into the Mari measure along with this. We got to show you that we know what we're talking about when we talk this etymology, though. The word translated presence is waj. It literally means face again, right? This is what it says. So again, when you turn within, you are turning within and witnessing God. That's why we say, who is Allah, the Father of the universe? Can we see him? No. Where's the nearest place we can meet him? In the heart. It's not talking about the blood pumping organ. It's speaking of the conscious seat of our divinity. So here you see a chat, wujet, and wajet, which gave birth to the Arabic word waj. This is how you demonstrate etymology. See ujet? Ujet is the eye of Heru or Horus. Ra, the amulet, the solar eye, which gives the wearer strength. You see, ujet, a name. It's a name of the heaven or the sky. The eye of Heru, Horus, Ra. The right eye of the sky god, the sun. The left eye of the sky god, the moon, Uchati. You see? The two eyes of the sky god, the sun and the moon. So what we find out here, family, when you hear about the eye of providence or the all-seeing eye of God, that's what it's come from. But it has to do with the presence of God within you. See how etymology, through that line I'm tracing this bite? They wasn't doing that last night, family. Even with this one, this is supposed to be a depiction of the brother Joseph. The root of his name is supposed to be Asaph. You see? That's A-S-E-P-H. Joseph and Asaph is supposed to be the same. You can see it in the root. Zephanath. Zephanath goes back to the Seth in Joseph. We'll get into that later. That's a whole nother measure. But he was given into marriage with the daughter of the priest of Anu, which is On here that they're using here, right? That's another etymological measure being demonstrated. Genesis 41, verse 45. I'm showing you sources. Like I say, I had so much in here, I wasn't able to get to it. And I'm just demonstrating, the similarities in etymology to show you I know what I'm talking about at this time. Now here, this was a measure that E. Wallace Budge mentioned, and we want to emphasize this for a reason. It says, in transliterations of the Egyptian words, in this dictionary, I have followed the orders of the letters of the Egyptian words, but I cannot think that these transliterations always represent the true pronunciation of the words, right? But he went down here and he said, I have added the letter E, not because I think it represents the vowel which the Egyptian used in these places, but merely to make the words pronounceable. That's why you might see an E in certain measures, or O or U in certain measures, because he was guessing. It's saying, therefore, easy to remember. Then he said, thus the word, and he gave them symbols, is translated heads by me. The Coptic equivalent shows that the vowel sound between the two consonants was not an E, but something like O. On the other hand, in to submerge, the Coptic equivalent suggests that in the word at least, the vowel sound was that of some kind of A. So in other words, between most of these words, he's saying that it was either an O or an A to be put there. So if you've seen the word written in his book as mir, he's saying it could have been as M-O-R, which bring you into more. M-O-R, we've seen that if we study. Also, you will see the letter M-E-R, he's saying that it could have been A that was put there. You see what I'm saying? That's what he was saying the Coptic probably suggests. And I said that to bring you now to the map that I put out here and showing this brother, you know, the root, because he was trying to say, yeah, the term mir and more is two different things. They don't mean the same thing, and so forth and so on. But we find out that mir means seagoing ship. Prophet Noble Drew Ali taught that the Moors circumnavigated the planet over 100,000 years ago. See mir here. Look at it. It means a collection of water, lake, pool, cistern, reservoir, basin, canal, inundation, flood, stream. Right? Mir. This is dealing with the ship part. But they want you to think that this is all the word mir dealt with. Swampy land. That has to do with, you know, something like the Nile, you know, the silk that's there. Mir, libation tank, mir, the bastion of a harbor, port, quarry, a harbor. You see mera, which is flood, bodily excretion. It can be flood or bodily excretion, mera, which produce people, mera, right? Merit, celestial lake, heaven, a sky. So they're talking about a celestial heaven, right? Then you have merit, which is really Mariotis. And if you look at it, that's M-A-R-E. Mariotis is still referring to, you know, the lake, you know, that's mentioned. So look at it here. You have the Mari Arabica, right? Let me make sure you see this here. And this is on the map. If you type in these names, they'll lead you right to these same maps too. Then you had the Mari Zagura Arin, right? Now this particular measure here, I'm surprised they didn't try to say that's the Naga. You know, because they really be reaching with that demonstration. So I'm showing you what the water is in relation to the glyph right now. Then they had the Mari Guinea, which we know that's a place in that. Then you got the Mari Congo right here. So the waters have always been referred to that was surrounding that land in Africa as the Mari. Now you understand where the Lemurian concept comes into play at. Why the people were referred to. Look at this here. It says Mari Mediterranean up here. All that water was referred to as Mar. So when I connect this to the word mir, you can see that easy. Now here's another one that's dealing with the map. Same thing that I just broke down. That's the same thing. I just applied it to this map. And you can see, even though it's a different map, look, now you see M-A-R, Mar, right? You see here, M-A-R-E, Mari River, right? You know, you see up here at the top again, Mari Mediterranean, right? Again, right? I'm going to show you something y'all don't know too. Before Africa was known as this continent, Africa was right here. See what my cursor is? A-F-R-I-C-A. That's it. Africa was just this spot here, which is up here in Tunis. That's Algeria right there. You know what I mean? Africa wasn't a whole continent. It was just one little place up here in this corner. You know? That's a whole nother key. That's a real big jewel for those who don't know no better. You know what I mean? Now this is where it get interesting. This is the map of Atlantis. You see? Now look at not Atlantis, but Lemuria part itself. Look at this. Notice that it shows you, and we already talked about all the land around here. This is what I didn't get to show y'all last night. Look what it says, Lemuria. And it's showing it over here in the same area. See it, Lemuria here coming off from the Horn of Africa right there. Let me blow that up so you can see it. Paradise. Notice it's all coming up here from the area of Mecca and coming all down here and everything, right? But look at what it said over here. Remember on another area where it was talking about the Mari Congo? Notice it says here Congo hunters, Guinea Negroes, where the Mari Guinea is. Now notice on this map that's mentioning Lemuria, it mentions the Moors in this area right here. Pay attention to this area in every map that I'm showing you, because it's gonna link you back to me. It say Moors right here. This map from the 1800s now. You know what I mean? Ain't many people seen these types of maps, right? Now, this particular map, and I'll pull it up for you, in a little bit. But this particular map here, like I said, it came from an olden time. In this new era in time, but it's a very old map. It's older than a lot of the maps. So then we had the map created by Albert Churchward on Moo. This is Atlantis. Moo and Atlantis is the same thing. If you were to look, really, Moo would be on the other side over there, which not Atlantis, but Lemuria, pardon self. Moo and Lemuria is the same thing. Atlantis is here. Notice Atlantis, they saying a portion of it is sunk here, but a portion is still present here on the recap structure. And I'm going to prove that to you as well. But this is Africa. So Mu, which is known as Lemuria, would really be on the other side of that, which is in the same location of the other map that I showed you a few minutes ago, which is that one. So when you come here, this map was produced by Edgar Cayce. He had a disagreement in regards with where he put, Lemuria. It wasn't far from where they was, because the original spot was here on the first two maps. But, he placed it over here. You know what I mean? Nevertheless, remember these bodies of water are known as the Mare. Mare Atlantis. Now, see up here again, they putting Atlantis here, saying it's some sunken stuff, and it's sunken continents all around these waterways. That's why everybody's saying, well, this is Atlantis over here, this is Lemuria over there. But right here, remember, this is where the Moors at. This is where the Mari is. You see what I'm saying? The recat structure. This is where the Ibero-Mauritian was found. In this same area over here. That's what I'm finna show to you. Now, this is the other map on Atlantis. This map was actually created by William Scott Elliott in the story of Atlantis. You see? Lemuria. See that right there? Look at the top. Lemuria at a later period. So it wasn't uncommon for these maps to be out there. You see the M and R root present right there. You see, I was able to bring this up, but I wasn't able to go no further than pretty much these areas in that particular drawing. So right here, here's a measure that is found in what they would like to call a translation. And it was dealing with the idea of divine providence. It says, the governor of the city, be not hard-hearted on the account of thy advancement, because thou hast only become the guardian of the provisions of God. Now, this reminds me of the measure that we demonstrated more when we talk about magistrate and subject, when we say, these ensigns were not given for ourselves. You see what I'm saying? But they were given to us basically to be able to learn how to be executive rulers, govern our people, and so forth and so on, to paraphrase. But notice it used the word mirror for guardian here. See what I'm saying? That would be a person that is the guardian of the provisions of God. Prophet Noble Drew Ali was the guardian of the provisions of the great God Allah when it comes to the Moors. Our Grand National Chairman, number one offender, Swift Angel number one, is also a guardian. We are all vanguards if we standing in defense of what's being taught, but this is still referring to a person without a determinative of a man being there. You see, people talk about guardian angels, but guardian angels manifest in people. An angel is a thought of Allah manifested in the flesh, but the word mirror is still used to represent that. Now, here's another measure coming from the book Eden in Egypt. And in this particular work, it speaks of an example of the original Egyptian origins of this text, and the term being used for the lights, which is mare, which was derived from the Egyptian mare, the meaning of brilliance. And since the Egyptian version of the word clearly refers to the sun, you see, it would seem likely that the Hebrew word moed, to say for season, was derived from the movements of the same sun, or the final word in this verse is shane, a meaning year, right? This is the word mare, meaning brilliance or light and sun. I'm showing you that this mare here is in reference to the sun because Amun Ra was said to be the sun god, representation of the sun. You see, in this particular book, they tell you, they say, and this gonna reiterate what I said above. So it should be pointed out from the very start of this exercise that the vast majority of the Hebrew words from the Torah's account of the Old Testament are actually taken directly from Egyptian equivalents, and thus they translate directly and surprisingly precisely into the Hebrew. This does mean, however, that if the text of the book of Genesis can be analyzed and understood from its original Egyptian perspective, we may still see and read the underlying Egyptian message, right? Then it goes on to say, while we have continually stressed the Egyptian content of the Bible in previous works, I was still rather surprised to find that the Old Testament was itself originally written in the ancient Egyptian language. However, while this was a surprise, there was an even greater shock to come, as the context in which the original Egyptian words reside can substantially alter the meanings that have been placed upon the various Hebrew and English translations. So if we are to revive the original and true meaning of the book of Genesis, we need to investigate the biblical verses in the original language and thus fully understand the context in which they were originally written. That's what I'm demonstrating right now. When I was showing you all these connections to these scriptures, biblically, Quranically, all that. It's what you call name of the Holy Quran of Mecca from the Kemetic standpoint. Comedian transliteration with it. You see what I'm saying? We making it plain over here, family. So the word Mari, again, here goes back to Amen. And they're telling you, even if you go back to, like I broke down the terminology of Egypt dealing with the four rivers in the beginning, Euphrates, Gihon, Pishon, and Tigris, or Tigris, EG, PT, which is, an acronym that basically goes into the words, or we can say the root that deal with the word Egypt. In fact, our brother Malachi used to spell it that way, EGIPT. You see, but also with the first 5 books of Moses, which is also referred to as the Pentateuch. This particular 5 books, are the Torah. If you look at them, 5 books: Leviticus, Exodus, Genesis, Numbers, Deuteronomy. If you take all of the letters off of the words except the first letters, you get LEGND. You get legend. So a legend is basically, we can say, a mythos that's actually based off of something else that's actually true. So a lot of the books in the Bible, when they were translating them, though they were translated from Comedian stories, Sumerian stories, and so forth and so on, they were based upon truths according to those documents and teachings. You see what I'm saying? And then they remixed them and brought them in the Piscean records, in most cases, to try to bring the explanation to their scripture. I even had a measure here where I got into dealing with, the language that was used in Sabah, Southern Arabia, a Semitic language linked to Arabic and Ethiopian. That's the original Kushite language. Although this language was mostly replaced by Arabic with the advent of Islam. It has connections to the Hecopter, the Amharic, which is connected to the Himyaritic, Amharic, Himyaritic. All this goes into the Cushitic language, which was also taken by those Puttites or the Libyans all the way across North Africa, and later on evolved into the Tafnic script that I was pointing out to the brother. See, we know what we're talking about. Let us continue on. Now, they wanted to give you everything that they could find negative in relation to dealing with Moor, and say it didn't represent no human beings, right? But you can see, here's a positive measure: protecting spirit, merit, goddess of the unidation. I ain't got to go through all of them, because that's just a waste of going all over, the measures or whatever. We can get into this right here on our own time. But I'm showing specific words that are very key. Look, Me'aru. If you take all them vowels out of that name, you're going to have M, R, and R. Me'aru, right? Now look at the definition of Me'aru, right? It has to do with a lake and Sekhet Aru. Now, doesn't that make you think again of Lemeru or the Mari that I showed you in regards to dealing with the waters? See, this is how you trace certain things. Now, they took what I like to call selective research and tried to show you the most negative things. So I'm going to show you all the positive things in relation to dealing with these things. Merin Matu, right? The lake of the gods of truth. Merid Ma'at. You see? Bath of the gods of the thought, right? Man, it goes on and on and on, right? Merinka. Notice Mer is the root. Mer is before all of these words that's being Mirnetta, lake of the god. Again, we see how it's closely related to the sea. Oh, this is deep here, though. Remember we talked about the prophet navigating over 100,000 years ago? Merheh, lake of 100,000 years, right? Merhotep, lake in Sekhet Aru. Again, the heavens, of the Comedians. Mir Karu, a lake of the Huron. So we see there's a close connection between these special measures, right? They want to show you everything negative. I'm going to show you everything positive in relation to dealing with this root. Now they say that word mir don't deal with no person, right? There's no word or determinative like they call it. These they favorite little determinant. Now you see these are actual people here. See, this is how they try to deceive you. Mir, overseer, chief officer, officer head, superintendent, director, foreman. Are these people or spooks people? That's a mir. Now you have mirat. Mirat is an inspector of dignities of the highest kind. Mirat, which is heads of families, sheiks of tribes. Now, who else do you know that use the term sheik other than the Moors? They say it ain't nobody referred to with the root meru or mir as a man, right? So I just debunked that lie right there. Meruat, overseer of the estates of the land, superintendent. Merahu, inspector of cattle. Mera, chief of the caravan. All these people, family. Some of them ain't even got no determinative of a person in it like they like to talk about. But it's there. Look, chief of the caravan, see the Sphinx. The Sphinx is also known as Mera. Mera Inset, the chief of the mountain track. Mera Abu, inspector of horned cattle. So you mean to tell me all these mares here, which E. Wallace Buzz say can be replaced with an O or letter A. And now one of these right here ain't referring to no people, family. Inspector of the horn, the hoof, the feather. Merant, Meru, peasant on one hand. Yep, y'all like to point that one out. But what about district inspector? Meru. Take the E out and the U out and you got M and R. Merau, overseer of the boats, captain of the fleet. So this more dealing with these 7 seas and, you know, doing a lot of circumnavigation has a lot to do with that word more, don't it? Look at what it says here. Mir'un, which is a kind of priest. That's a person. Priests are people. I forgot to mention this one too. Mir Meru, which is a plain, a mountain, or a desert. That's a place. Don't play with me. Look at this. I told you. We're going to put it out there. They skipped over all this family to try to prove a point. That's a lot of hatred and selective research. You're going to take particular portions that fool the people and make them think something because you hate the Moors that bad. But we're going to put that to sleep today. Chief of the house, Mepur, steward, Mepur or chief, Mepur noon, overseer. So the main root of the word of Moor is being an overseer. One that is basically demonstrating as the eye of the providence of the gods. Overseers of sacred property, Merumau, Miramah, overseer of the servants on the temple estate, Mirmakin, chief of the royal cabinet, Mirminu, Mirmir. Come on, man. All these are people. Overseer of the blacksmiths. Are we talking about spirits here, family? Are we talking about spooks? These are people. And I'm showing you that this root word mir has always been in representation of people. When you remove the vowel, you got M and R. And I'm saying that the word Mari come through the lineage of the same roots of these words. Overseer of the South, governor, Mirnut. Man, must I keep going? Must I keep going? This is one of my favorite out of all the definitions right here. Mir Katim, because this word Katim is what gave birth to the word Khatam, or Khatma, which is used for the word seal of the prophets in the Quran. Khatam. So Mir Khatam, they call him a keeper of the seal. Our holy prophet was a keeper of the circle 7, which is the seal of the Moors. Mir Khatimu, overseer of the keepers of the seal. Better yet, the prophet was the overseer of the keeper of the seal, and we the keepers of the seal. You know, that's how I would see it. Look at all of this here. I mean, man, we can go on and on and on with this special drawing, family. The general opinion of men would never alter the nature of the truth. I just showed you how to trace these things etymologically. You know, it don't get no accurate than this. Look at this, Miraku. This is the name of one of the decades. Sound like Morocco, don't it? Mir, it means to tie, to bind together. This is why it says also on a crown, to fetter, to be fettered. You see? So if you look at that right there in and of itself, the term tie also goes down here. They're talking about a mert, which is a girdle, a fillet, bundles. Mert, which is a house and a place. It also goes into mert, which deals with a quarter in a town, a marketplace, a house, a house. It goes on over here. Some very interesting measures dealing with these roots. Meru, Mereu, which is friends, mert, merit, love, desire, merut, meru, beloved, merut, meruti, beloved again, lover, friend, all these things dealing with love and friends. They didn't want to tell you that part about the root of the mir. Let them tell it everybody means sick man, slave man, dead man, mir, mekat, seer, the keeper of the books. He's all dealing with people. People love. You see, they even gave a measure to what they call him Mir Henebu, and he said, well, this is the governor of the Greeks. You know, so, man, it's just crazy that our people would be, you know, they would go out here and have this much opposition toward the truth. Maru, woman, Mera, lover, friend, Mary. Look at this here. Mir, pleasure, boat. Mir, beloved one, Mary, a title of several gods. There it is again. Remove the I and the E, and you got M and R. Moriti, that's the Mariotic form of Osiris. You see, that is also there. We pointed that out earlier. Merti, a god. Meriti, a title of Ra. Amen. We see the name Amen attached to the root word Mir again here, right? It says the primeval gods, Merti, and the goddesses. Then we have, hold up, pardon self. Then we have right here also Merua. Remove the vowels, the A, the U, and the E, and you got M and R left by itself. A god. Merua is also a name of a god. Merufa, a guardian of Osiris. None of these things are as negative as these brothers tried to depict the roots of the word Mir. They should be ashamed of themselves to try to deceive our people like that because they hate the Moors so much. I don't know why they hate the Moors. I don't know if it's because they ran into some Moors and they just they got beat up with a little knowledge or what. I don't know. Then they would go into Mir means peasant, dependent, female, slave, mert. See, they selective researching, family, and they pulling wool over your eyes. That's crazy that they would disrespect one like that, but it is what it is. Let us keep it moving because we're going to bring this demonstration to a close in a little bit. I told you, we be up when most of our people sleep. We still be up doing this, family. Let me show you something on how the European remix thing. And I want you to pay attention to this headdress, and the hair, because in one aspect it has to do with a hair style that was later adopted, which we see still prevalent among our people today. And this is one known as Mesura, or some people would call Ramses the First. Notice how this brother was Asiatic. They knocked his nose off as they always do. Look at this. This is a symbol of the plaits and the braids, or what some people would call dreads in this new era in time. And you'll see it more like a crown around them. You see? Then you have the same picture here depicted from the front. That's another picture of the same one, but with a headdress on. That's Mesura, right? They say Ramesses. Ramesses is Greek terminology. Mesura, or Ramesu, is the proper way of referring to him. Now, this is Ramses the. Then all of a sudden, bam, Ramses the Second. Look at the depiction. This is Ramses the Second, supposed to be the son of the above Ramses. Something going on there. Some remixing done took place. Look at this special one. None of those are Asiatic features. You can look at the head shape, the mouth, the lips. None of that is Asiatic. But they saying that this is Ramses II. He looked more like Clint Eastwood, family. He don't look nothing like our people. You know what I mean? So, here's another one. This is Ramses III. You see? Ramesses. That old Greek demonstration, which is, again, the modern day Greeks, these people call themselves that. They were European, but the original ones were really the Hecopter. You see what I'm saying? So nevertheless, Woody Harris, that's who this particular mummy looked more like, Ramses III. Definitely ain't no Asiatic feature. Let us give you a close-up of that. That don't look nothing like no Asiatic, but that's supposed to be Ramesses III. And it's in line with what we see right here from the way they depicted it. You know what I mean? But now, guess who it was that took this one off the count? And I wonder why. It was a Libyan king. We know these were the Puttite bloodline that come from the Cushite line. They attacked Ramesses III. Mirai. See the word? Take all the vowels out. M and R present. We know the Libyans are really the Moors as far as the history that we just gave. Same people. So it was Moors that took Ramesses III off the count. This European, Now, we go to the scholarship. This is the groundwork that our brother G.M. James brought on the manifest. He said this. He said, during the Persian and Greek and Roman invasion, large numbers of Egyptians fled not only to the desert and mountain regions, but also to the adjacent lands in Africa, Arabia, and Asia Minor where they lived, and secretly developed the teachings which belonged to their mystery system. In the 8th century AD, Moors, natives of Mauritania, North Africa, invaded Spain and took with them the Egyptian culture, which they had preserved. Knowledge in the ancient days was centralized. It belonged to a common parent system. The wisdom teachings are the mysteries of Egypt, which the Greeks used to call Sophia. He'll tell you that the Greeks tell you everything they learn from the Kemites. He said, as such, the people of North Africa were the neighbors of Egyptians and became the custodians of Egyptian culture, which they spread throughout considerable portions of Africa, Asia Minor, and Europe. During their occupation of Spain, the Moors displayed with considerable credit the grandeur of African culture and civilization. The schools and libraries which they established became famous throughout the medieval world. Science and learning were cultivated and taught. It says the schools of Cordova, Toledo, Seville, and Saragossa attained such celebrity that they, like their parent Egypt, attracted students from all parts in the Western world, and from them arose the most famous African professors that the world has ever known in medicine, surgery, astronomy, mathematics. But these people from North Africa did more than merely distinguish themselves in Spain. They were really recognized custodians of African culture, to whom the world looked for enlightenment. Consequently, through the medium of the ancient Arabic language, philosophy and various branches of science were disseminated, and all the so-called works of Aristotle, metaphysics, moral philosophy, natural science, translations by Leonardo Pisano, and Arabic mathematical science translation by Guido Amont of Arezzo, and musical notation. So this particular brother went on to say, in addition, the Moors kept up constant contact with Mother Egypt, for they had established caliphates not only in Baghdad or Cordova, but also at Cairo in Egypt. Europe in the Middle Ages by Alt. It says, just here, it would be well to mention that all the great leaders of the great religions of antiquity were initiates of the Egyptian mystery system. From Moses, who was an Egyptian hieroglyphic, down to Christ, and which is the teaching that we teach in our Circle 7 when he was in Kemet. It should be also of interest to know that the European scientists like Roger Bacon, John Kepler, Copernicus, and others obtained their science through Arab or Berber sources. It is also noteworthy that throughout the Middle Ages, European knowledge of medicine came from these sources. So the brother just put it out there right there, brother G.M. James, telling you the Moors were the ones who became those priests, you know, who brought these special measures or these teaching. They preserved the knowledge after everything fell. Now, this is for those who don't know the difference between Greek and Coptic, as they like to talk about it. Ain't no such thing in all actuality as a Greek language. But the so-called Greek language, the only difference of it being, you know, what it is considered is that alphabets from it has been taken. You know, it's missing like 6 or 7 that was originally in the original. Let me bring that back to you. Make sure I get that. The original Coptic. See the Coptic alphabet? It existed before the Greek. The only reason European came up with what they call in Greek, as we like to reiterate, is because they were superimposing themselves in the history and trying to make themselves seem ancient. And also, if you go to looking for some Greek, you know, and they get credit for all the records that were transcribed in Coptic language, like the book of Enoch, like all these other books. And then they call their books Greek and you're in Coptic, then all the Coptic books must be pseudo and the Greek must be the truth. They pulling wool over your eyes again. So they're really talking about one language. If you know Coptic, you basically know the Greek. And I'm going to prove that. This is a picture of Sahidic Coptic alphabet right here, right? This is a different style in the way of writing, but it's the same alphabets that I just showed you. Now look at this. I'm going to blow it up. Look at the language they writing in. The same Coptic alphabet I showed you, which they call in Greek. See the brother with the locks in his head. You see the sister over here. You know, you see they melanated as ever. You know, misnomer Greek text. This is supposed to be a Greek text. I put it beside what's known as Coptic. Look at them two texts. This is the last stage of the Egyptian language. Notice the Coptic one got an ankh over here though. See what I'm saying? Symbols like the seed and the flower of life, they come from the Coptic. This is an Arab depiction of Aristotle, who was supposed to be among those so-called Greeks, right? Look at Aristotle. Huh? That's what a Roman looked like in their original state. Nothing like the European later on. So we indigenous to the planet. We the original Coptic people, which they call Greek. We the original people that they like to call the Romans and so forth and so on. Even they deities. Zeus. You know, they was Moorish as ever. That's a whole nother measure. We almost done. It said generally held that the word Moor is defined as North African Berber, late 14th century from Old French Moor, from medieval Latin Morus, Latin Morus. It say meaning inhabitant of Mauritania, which stems from the Greek Morus, thought to be a native name. Yet it's very unfortunate that many neglect to trace them, the terms' etymological roots further back, as language did not begin with the Greeks and Romans, nor did the term Moor. And this is what I've been trying to tell these people. It says, so we must look further back to find its true source, which brings us to the Phoenician term Mahura, meaning Westerners, and can be ultimately linked to the Egyptian M and R, Mir, Mar, Meheru, Mu. Now you see the chronology out on how I had this stuff in order. I couldn't get all this out in that little bit of time. A Book of Beginning by English poet and Egyptologist Gerald Massey, he tells us that this name for a land in Northwest African Center, always reckoning from the south, would deposit the names of the Mari. Mari land, Maryland, right? Marmarica, a duplicate form of Morocco, as the Mari, or the Moors who went further north into Spain, right? It says Zelplon. It says from these and other data may be the dome, may be drawn, the inference that the Maori people were self-named as immigrants who came from the northwest, one name of which the Maru, it says Egyptian Meru or Meroi or Meheru. Gerald Massey further states that the Maori name is that of the later Moors, of a land under the tropic Cancer and northwestern equator, as well as the Ethiopia. A typical birthplace in the name of the Moors found on the Egyptian monuments is written Mari, Maruri. The original Mari dwelt in the northwestern land lying between the Atlantic and the Mediterranean, and their name is identifiable with that of Mari, whose traditions derive from the northwest. That's one measure. Look at all this evidence here, fam. Here's another one dealing with the Tameri, the land of Mehru. See, the ancient Meroe was once the capital of two Egypts. You hear us talk about the capital empire and the dominion of Africa? That's it, under this name. The first, Lower and Upper Egypt were north and south, but the Mari or the Maru, let me blow that up so you can see it, is north and west. And this is keeping with the Mehen, north, and the Rehu, which is the horizon of the west. Meroe in Ethiopia was due north from the equator, but reckoning from Central Africa, from Habesh, Abyssinia. We shall find the land of the ancient Mari, Mauritania. Howsoever the district was bounded at different times, it says, was always to the north of Abyssinia, which travels from the equator down to Lower Egypt. Thus we have a Mari. It says, for the country of northwestern Africa, answering to a Mori, name of the northwest, Maoru. This shifts the duality of Meru or Meru from the north and south and north and west, just as was shipped when it says when the hinder part west was called Kep, a place going down instead of going north. Because actually the true map is really upside down if you go into the way they demonstrated. Lower Egypt is really north, upper Egypt is really south. So it say this name for land being northwest in the African center, always reckoning from the south, would deposit the names of the Mari and Mamarica, duplicated from Morocco as the Mari, or Moors, who went further north into Spain. Zeppel. It say from this and other data may be drawn the inference that to the Mari people were self-named as immigrants who came from the northwest, which is Maru, Egyptian Meheru. So these particular conclusions were drawn, over during the time in the 1800s, Morris. I didn't just make this stuff up. Ethiopia properly is high remarkable in ancient history and scripture is called Cush, and its kings are distinguished those of the Mari. The country of these Mari was in very ancient times a great state in South Egypt. Its capital, Meroe, again, they think I made that up, contrary to the express testimony of the ancients, has generally been placed to near Egypt. It was probably suited or situated, in the neighborhood of Shinar. The Maorites had a particular kind of civilization, and there can be no doubt that the hieroglyphics and all the afters, this is what they are saying back then, after we find as Egyptian civilization originated among them. It say at the very remote time conquered Egypt. The ancients themselves traced themselves to the knowledge and religion of the Egyptians. They describe their monuments as Ethiopian, and all that can be made out by historical inquiry or conformatory of this view. It says the southernmost monuments of Egypt between the two cataracts are the grandest and most ancient, then follows Thebes. It says, and as we advance northward, the monuments became small and more insignificant, but the monuments are found so higher up the river in south of Meroe. Right? Here's another measure. And this is actually really reiterating the same stuff, so it ain't no need for me really going into that, even though it's a different author. Here's another measure here. This one is speaking on the Mari, and it's speaking on the Himyarites, as I mentioned earlier. It said Mahri. It say who were driven from the continent of Asia by Choresos in Persia between the years 560 and 600 AD. These people, though often called Arabs, in this case were Semitic. These are the people, this is the measure they given, right? It says, but of the same stock as the ancient Egyptians, between whom the Maoris, and there appears to be similarity of language, which is sufficiently curious to those who consider the distance intervening between Egypt and the Pacific. Let us, however, remember that the ancient ethical name of Mori can be traced from the Moors of Mauritania. See, this is a case again of what I'm saying. When you bring scholarship together, everybody can't be lying, family, because these different books. This ain't the same book. These different books from way back then, this is how they were talking then. It wasn't nothing for them to tell you who the Moors was. Only now you see this confusion. So it says they can be traced back to the Mari of the Moors in Mauritania, the Red Sea, the Mori, the Luzon, Marats of Ambonia, and then to the Mari of the Maori of the Pacific. It's a very remarkable combination. It says of circumstances and favors. Mr. Finn's theory, since he shows that the tribe expelled was the Mahir, it say their city was Sabah or Maori, it say would call it Hawa. That goes back to also the Garden of Eden and everything. It say at last, but by no means, at least he shows that they were essentially a maritime people and traders who had long known the islands which they were about to migrate. He said the wide distribution of the racial name Mari is a matter of importance which can hardly be exaggerated. The more so when we find it in almost every instance accompanied by the equally ancient territorial name of Sabah. And Sabah Mero was a combination that was mentioned together. That's the Sabah Moors that I was talking about in the beginning, family. We made our point there. Here's another source. In this particular source, African Septentrionalists, Mauritania is what they gave. This is an older source too. It says called the people Marusi and the country Marusha. You see, it says in which they were followed by some of the Latin poets. It said, but afterwards they adopt the proper appellations of Mari and Mauritania. It says, taken as a whole, it was exceedingly fruitful country, and sent great quantities of corn. It says to Rome and other parts of Italy. But they go into everything showing you how these ones were, the Numidians and so forth and so on. But I want to go to the definition they gave in reference. The Mari are said by some authors to have attained their name, Mari, from their black tawny skins. Now they're using the term black, in relation to describing the description of what they call our people by, to relate it to this measure. But the Mari was who they were. Compared with, it says, paler complexions of the southern Europeans. However this may be, it was certainly the collective affiliation used by all tribes of Mauritania, meaning they used this name Mari. This was before the Greeks. So them people telling you they got this from the Latins, they lying to you, and I done demonstrated that about 6-7 times already, and even more. So the original indigenous people called themselves Mari. The Greeks adopt that term into their so-called language, as they call it. I was there automatically, because the real Greeks was really Copts. You see? So, again, the Romans, the Latin, all this was adopted into their language. These people were calling themselves Mari. It wasn't Latin that gave them that name like people telling you in this new era time. All this old material, everybody can't be lying, folk. They saying the same thing. So it goes on and say they all spoke the same language and demonstrated the same customs and adopted the same mode of life like we need to do. And the term Numidi and nomads is applied with as much as propriety to the inhabitants of the western as of the eastern provinces, for being only deduced from their wandering habits, because they was always moving. Remember, they circumnavigated. It say it was never used by themselves. They didn't use these terminologies like Numidian. They used Mari. In proportion as the knowledge of the ancients became more extended, the name of Numidia is found constantly disappearing before that of Mari. It seems even that of Carthaginians were unacquainted with the term Numidi, and that they called each other the tribe of the Mari. Huh? Man, by its own separate name, though they acknowledge the two great divisions of them into the Masali and the Masalis. Let me see what that's. I can't really see it. Don't worry about it. But they were called Mari more than anything. The former touch near immediately upon the Carthaginian territory, and the latter were westward of it. It says and stretched as far back as the river Molakit, now Molulia. It says the two together inhabited the modern kingdom of Algiers. So the original inhabitants of Algiers were the Mari. The proper general names of Mari and Mauritania remain only to the territory of the border of the Atlantic, later on down the line, and that's up there in that recap structure that I was telling you about. You see? So I'm giving you all these sources. Sir Isaac Newton's system, it appears, plain from the living scripture, a scripture plain from scripture that neither the western extremity of Libya nor even the other parts of that region could have been so well peopled before the time of David, Solomon, it says, to have sent to numerous army to invade Egypt, for the Phoenician, whence the greatest part of the ancestors of the Libyans came. They was going into certain measures there, but they still was talking about the Mari, which is really going back to that same history. So I got a whole bunch of history Moors that are saying the same thing. This is also coming from the History of the World, which is also a classical source. It run the whole history down of the Mari. This ain't stuff we made up. It even tell you here, it say the ancient inhabitants of Mauritania were called Mari, from which the modern name of Moor is derived. Their origin is uncertain. According to the Jewish tradition, they were the offspring of Lud, son of Mitzrayim, whose descendants are called Mari. In the scriptures, it says it is certain that this region, as well as others to the eastward had many colonies planted by the Phoenicians. The earliest legendary prince of Mauritania mentioned in history is Neptune, and they go into a whole bunch of other measures there. But nevertheless, the Mari is present again. Then there's another book here called The Fortunes of Africa. This particular measure dealt with, the history of the Carthaginians and Nubia. It talked about the Libyans. It goes into them being in the Nile Valley civilization. Then it comes down here in the end and speaks on Rome's occupation of North Africa. It said it was under the Roman rule that the names of Numidia and Mauritania derived from local tribes, acquired territorial meaning, right? The term Moor is derived from, again, what? The Mari. Now these are coming more up in the modern time with the scholarship. So some people, know what they're doing. Here's another measure from a more ancient source. The most just men inhabit the city called Meroe, the plain of Ethiopia. They show the table of the sun and have no river or sea except the Nile. But there are other Ethiopians who dwell near the Mari again, right? Here's another measure right here. Albeit, let me revert to the former etymology of the Otia Aegyptica, which, while it does not conflict with the Pharusian derivation, exemplifies how a compound Hamitic name has become Hebraicized. For in Berber nomenclature, Pharusians, Marusians, or Mari, and their endless Getulian, it says homonymies, it says homonymies, pardon self, it says all inflections preceding the Ra or are but the demonstrated aggregations to that of omnific monosyllable. It says whose birthplace, according to the Aztec, boy, they had some crazy names back then when it comes to these Europeans. It say might lie among the divine R, whose tomb is not yet constructed in Morocco. Now, this brings me back to this particular measure, which is most controversial. So when I told that one that our men is more, we have a measure where we say you know, about in regards to dealing with the first physical man. There's a drawing in our questionnaire. We ask the questions here. What other name do we get of the truth? Holy breath. What have you to say about the holy breath? All we can say, it is what? Great, it is good, it was, it is, and evermore to be. Amen. Then it says, at what place on earth was the physical part of man formed in the Garden of Eden? You see? Now, this first physical man was not the same as the one known as Adam. You see, the first known or the most ancient deity worship is Amen. Amen is great. Amen is God. Amen is evermore to be. Well, why did I put that measure there? Because when you come here, more is Amen, and Amen is more. So tracing it back to the same root, removing those vowels after everything I just said, you would be foolish to try to refute that. I know hatred will make you do a lot of things. Now, here's a measure from the Demari. Demari means Moorish gods. And the Depatri. This is the name of the book. It's about from the 1800s. It says, there's no doubt that Corippus believed Amen to be the chief god of the tribe of Moors. The Mari. You see? Oh yeah, we bringing hard truth tonight. A lot of y'all ain't never heard this here. And I just had to add this in there as a bonus. Because, you know, they had a determinative, as they like to call it, with Amen holding the scimitar to confess in his hand. You know, and that's what we demonstrate right now. That scimitar talk. You know, so we even showed the connection of the headdress. If you look down here, this is a Kessite, 1176, 1162 BC, with a white fez on. That's our people, right? He even got his hand on him, even though it's the wrong one on that aspect. But look right here. These are your Amaru. You know, those who come through the line, you know, them ancient Moabite. Look at that. That ain't no European right there. He got the same headdress, you know, but this would be more of the scarlet color we wear. There it go right there in this new era in time. See, that's Ashurbanipo, the first, 1049, 1031 BC. Then you got a more from 711 AD to 1492, wearing that fez. The colors of the fez, if you can see the white and the red, they actually come from the crown of Kemet. The white represented upper Kemet, the red represented lower Kemet. When you put them together, it was symbolic to where you're dealing with a mastery of lower and upper Kemet. You was a governor or executive ruler. The fez is the headdress of the ancient Meru Kushites inhabited by the Moorish Empire. You see? So, Mera, Ta Mera. That's the place in the land in Kush. We showed them brothers up here the Demari mean Moorish gods. They denied that, and that's all over the place. We showed them that Mar is also synonymous with the high priest of Anu. Priests are men. It ain't just one priest in Kemet, it was many priests. Still go back to that Mar though. When you remove them vowels, the fact remain M and R is there. When you come here, I got so much more. I even got more than this, Moors. But this is just overkill that I'm demonstrating over here right now. Maury, Mauritania, on the ancient maps. You see it again. Marorium, Marken. This is the area that is known as Morocco today. Mari, where you see it at, on the map. What a Naga at though? What they at on the map? It don't exist. So all that right there is basically who inhabited this area here. We also have another map up here showing you what they said. Look at that, from the Egyptian all the way over here. Moroccan, Berber, Mozabites. You see? Now watch this. I showed this before. Many of you Moors already seen this. This is, you know, Mahuram, which equals Mari, which you heard some of them scholars refer to earlier. You know, if you notice here, and that's just showing the alphabet and all that, there are certain things they tried to remix as well. But notice it say this etymology is of no value, referring to this portion Marus Medius Apilantes. But it says Bocart with more probability deduces the name Mari from the Phoenician Maharum, meaning the furthest people. It says, for after the Mari came the Western Ocean. And they talk about what they call the Atlantic Ocean, basically. So that's the people of the furthest west, those who was living off of this particular coast of Africa, what they call the Atlantic Ocean. The Atlas Mountains, this area, the recap structure, this is where all this history dealing with the Mari and the Moors come from. This is another picture of some of those ancient Moors. Same picture of Archipelago, but showing the whole picture. You know that's our people, family. Stop playing. I gave the same picture as a reference here dealing with the Sumeru, the Amaru, the Amorite, the Mar, which they refer to them in Sumerian texts as, which is a Kemetic word as well. Mari, ancient Moors of Sumeria, Mesopotamia, Syria, right? We have another picture depicted amongst those of Mesopotamia. Look at the complexion. They'll tell you Mesopotamians ain't our people neither. That's why I put that down. Then you see a remix of this in Muhammad, Prophet Muhammad ibn Abdullah. You know, when he went into the heavens, they say he rode a particular creature. And this comes from Kemet, which is a sphinx. So that's why you see Muhammad here rode a sphinx through the seven heavens. The angel Jibril was the adept and swift angel who assisted him in his spiritual initiation. Them seven heavens represent 7 degrees. That's supposed to be the angel Jibril right there, according to the Arabs now, in their depiction. But guess what 7 heaven is known as? The 7 heaven is known as Beato Mamor. Mamor means the house. You see, the frequent and visit house, the house, of Allah, the house, of the angels as well. And that's how it's pronounced in the Arabic, Mamor, right? So we can see some connection even with regards to dealing. It's only 1,400 years old. So, of course, if it go back to Kemet, it should cross over in the Arabic language as well, right? The M and R root is present, though. We just doing this through etymology and all the stuff. See, this is the Ibero-Mauritian. In Mauritian, you see it. The M and R is present. We showed him that the Ibero-Mauritian is over 350,000 years old. When he was talking about that little tribe, he was talking about they were nothing but 120,000 years old that was mentioned. Matter of fact, there they go right there. The Nagaloba. You see that? I hate when it does that. But you see the Nagaloba right here, Tanzania, that he also said were the same people of Nigeria and Igbo and so forth and so on. They're not older than the Jabiru, who, even with the projected 300,000, but the actual years is really 350,000. Which I also was trying to emphasize to that one. Man, how can you go against all this evidence? The Mari, the Moorish gods, Lemurians of Atlantis. Now it all come back together with what I was just showing you earlier. And this is the Y-DNA ancestor, West Africa, going up into the same area. Look at the haplogroup. It's a possible time of original, roughly 270,000 years ago, about 275,000 years ago, 241,000 years ago, or 290, and they go all the way up, and then they show you that this white DNA atom that come out of the Nile Valley, all up in these areas here, went up into this same area, the Mari, and these were those who, again, the possible place of origin, West or Central Africa, but the Y-DNA ancestor family, they went in that same region. 359,000 years is as far as they ended up going. But nevertheless, this is still referred to that same one mentioned. Now, what you have here is actually, the Atlantis that is referred to. You see, so this is the recap structure. This is still on the manifest right now. You get a chance, go and look online and look up the lost city of Atlantis found at the recap structure. And you're going to see, you know, that this is right off the coast of Africa. And this thing, though it looked like a little picture, it's hundreds of miles long, family. These are mud flats showing where the water receded off the edge over there, and the sunken continent had broke off. So with everything raised up here, all of that water ran off the edge, and it left it looking like this. They even found stones and everything there, family, with the way that it was described by Plato and Solon. You know, so everybody can't be lying. Beyond the pillars of Hercules. The pillars of Hercules up here. That's the Iberian area. So that's why one was known as the Ibero-Mauritian. So when Noble Drew Ali gave his history right here, and he broke it all the way down, talking about old man Kush and all that, and then he came down here and he said, where is that, right? Yeah. Yeah, when he said this right here, he said their dominion and inhabitation extended from the northeast to the southwest Africa across the great Atlantis, even unto the present North, South, and Central America, and also Mexico and Atlantis Islands, before the great earthquake which caused the great Atlantic Ocean. Prophet Noble Drew Ali, man, was before his time with this demonstration, family. But we can prove that it was what it is. Here again, I'm showing you that the Jabiru Hood is older than the Nagalaba, or Ngalaba, as he like to call them. The root, M and R, still present. More ancient than the root that he referred to. In this particular map, when they put the Jabiru Hood on here, they put Mariakos, or Mariekos, which is another name for Morocco. So I stated the oldest Homo sapien, Jebel Uhud, was found over 280,000 years before the Nagaloba. In Morocco's, right? In Morocco, which was known in ancient time as Mari on all old world maps. Huh? I'm really done at this particular point, but we're going to keep this hammer repetition on the manifest, because we're going to make sure can't nobody tell you that Moor ain't Mari no more. Now, when you come up here, you deal with the Assyrian culture, which go way back as well. You know, they were known as the Amar, which you find the root M and R there, Amaru or Amru. Zemor. This is a very important name. The root name Zemor, M and R in Moor. And we'll show you what that has to relate to in a minute. Ifri and Amra. Ifri, Amrul. They say Musa is an Assyrian and Ibero-Mauritian archaeological site in Morocco located at Zamur on the Zamur Plateau. They call this also the Zamur Plateau, right? They say in the rural commune of the Ait Sabirin province of Kemiset, along the national road of number 6, which leads to Meknes, right? It says the Arterian is a middle stone age or middle Paleolithic, right? Stone tool industry centered in North Africa, from Mauritania to Egypt, but also possibly found in Oman. It says the Thar Desert. The earliest Arterian dates to 150,000 years old at the site of Ifrin Anmar. Remember, we showed you the root of the Mar there. It says in Morocco, and however, most of the earlier dates cluster around beginning the last intergalactical. It's around 150,000, 130,000 years ago when the environment of North Africa began to ameliorate. The Arterian disappeared around 20,000 years ago. That's around the time when the Ibero-Mauritian culture, you know, really began to flourish in a more modern way, so to speak. But nevertheless, now you'll see what the M and R in the Zamur has to do with this thing. And you deal with the Zamur Plateau. This is where the brother Mustafa Zamuri come from. The Moroccans will tell you that the brothers over here, our people, originate from Mustafa Zamuri, because he was the first to discover the United States before Christopher Columbus. He was made a slave and everything. So Mustafa Zamori is tied to this land as, one of the first indigenous Moors. Azamor is what they call him. It's the Vencio de Moor. Now here's another map showing time depth. This is his people, the Ingaloba and all this here. You see us over here. See, what people don't know, we migrated out of, the Nile Valley and went over here into the west part of Africa and then made our way back to the Nile. That's why the Atlantean civilization was set up here. And Tehuti, once it fell, went back to the Nile and he civilized, Al-Sarnam. He became the first teacher, and that's how the Nile Valley civilization began to build according to the Emerald Tablets of Tehuti. But again, the Ingaloba is not older. It's only 120,000 years old, not older than our people, family. You can't find them nowhere on the map, neither. All these things are measures. Now, I was showing another etymological root here that was very important to show you how this is Swift Angel number 1, the Grand National Chairman of Moorish American government. In the dictionary, you also find the word Mathin, which means roadman, a guide, a chief, a tribe, a sheik. Again, we know who demonstrate along the line dealing with sheiks, right? A roadman, one leaving their footprints clearly cut. This is just bonus etymology here. Mathinu, one of the bodyguards of Ra. That's what our chairman is, the number 1 defender. He definitely is a guardian of the light. And we connect this word to Mathino as well in the Coptic origin. It has to do with I am learning, I am getting into. See, Mathino, which is also a teacher in the Moorish Holy Quran, was the comedian adept master there. Y'all need to check out my website too, Mathino's Archives, when you get a chance. There's some powerful science in there. So I also showed here Murder-Alt, which means inspector of dignities of the highest level or the highest kind. Murder-Alt are families of sheiks and tribes. Murder-Alt, overseers of estates and land superintendent. Murder-Aru, inspector of calendar. Mera, chief of the caravan. And then you have nonetheless real Moorish American Muslim representing all that there. That's Act 1. Triune law of the Moorish American government. We stand in defense of Prophet Noble Drew Ali. See what time it is? I'm still going. This how much I love my people, because I'm up when the rest of these cats sleep somewhere. Because I stand in defense of this truth. Mary, which is, they have an Arabic version. It also go back to Kemet, though. Mary, which means beloved, was also adopted into what they call Hebrew and the Arabic because it became known for the female or the mother of Yeshua. Mary or Isa, right? They like to call him Jesus. Mary also goes into the name of a high priest of Amun, which we already exposed from the time of Imhotep as well in the 18th dynasty. The New Kingdom, Mary was the son of the high priest of Al-Sarhat. And then you have the New Kingdom 1550 to 1069. This is the derivation, etymological root with the word Miriam. All of that derives from here. They say, well, ancient Greek names Miriam and Maria found in the New Testament. It say bitterness, beloved, wish, child. Both New Testament names form the Hebrew name Mariam or Miriam. The name has been widely used due to this association with the Virgin Mary, Jesus Christ, Saint Mary Magdalene, who was also the apostle of the apostles, and the name might be derived from the Egyptian word mir, beloved, M&R, love. Even the ancient Egyptian Merit Amen or Merit Amun, meaning beloved of Amun. You see? Come on, man. Come on. Here's some Arabic. I was talking to you about Bayat Mamur, a frequently visited place. It also in Mu Amarum, aged. Amaru, they inhabited, they populated. Mursa, anchorage, mooring, arrival. You see what I'm saying? That's how you moor in the, that's man. Right-minded, Murshidun. You see? It says, right, director to the right path, guide. That's what I'm doing right now. Don't that connect to what I was just saying earlier? The root with its above 7 forms have been used in the Holy Quran 19 times. So family, this was actually supposed to have been in the beginning when I was talking about Noah. The monarchic covenant is the oldest covenant too, by the way. It's the first covenant before this covenant that came about, with what they like to call the Hebrews, and what they call in dealing with that measure between Isaac and Ishmael. But you can see clearly, the ship that's here, you see the animals, all this stuff being depicted that they later wrote into the teachings of dealing with the biblical context. So that's why I call that the monarchic covenant. It's found in Genesis chapter 9, 8 through 17, and it was called a perpetual covenant. He said, God spoke unto Noah and to his sons with him, saying, behold, I establish my covenant with you and your seed after you, and with every living creature that is with you, of fowl, of cattle, of every beast of the earth, of you, from all that go out to the ark, and every beast of the earth, I will establish my covenant with you. Neither shall all flesh be cut off any more by the waters of a flood. Neither shall there be any more of a flood to destroy the earth. And God said, this is a token of the covenant which I make between me and you, and every living creature that is with you for perpetual generations. I do set my bow in the cloud, and it shall be for a token and a covenant between me and the earth. You see? He said, I will remember my covenant between me and you, and every living creature in flesh and water shall no more become a flood to destroy the flesh. It spoke on this covenant the whole time. And this is an everlasting covenant between him and all flesh upon the earth. That means us. So now when you get to talking about these ones that this one was talking about, this Cushite kingdom, the Cushite kingdom he talking about is only, like I said, over 1,000 years old. It was first established around 1070 BCE when it gains its independence from Egypt. And it quickly became a major power in Northeast Africa. 727, Cush took control of Egypt and ruled until the Assyrians arrived. But these were not the original ancient Cushites. These were the Naka Cushites that he talking about. Look it up. And this is it right here. Naka, a Naga, Romanized, ruined in the city of Cushitic, kingdom of Meroe, right? Naka is one of the largest ruined cities in the country and indicates an important city once stood in the location. It was one of the centers of the kingdom of Meroe, which served as a bridge between the Mediterranean and the African world, or Africa, world of a Mediterranean world and Africa. Meroe, spelled Meroe, Meroitic. He went into that breakdown. We even showed you a picture here of the original Indus Cushites, which are descendants of those Meroe Cushites, who actually has a fez on here. You see them with the Kemetic Shinti on here. These are the old, look at the red fez that the brother of the Meroe Cushites of India have on. All that right there come from our people, family. It goes on giving us more measures dealing with the Moors. The name Meru here. It even tell you that what we can say about this name Meru, it says, as the name in India, the Mauryan Empire that first unified entire Indian subcontinent, 340 BCE, was named after its emperor, Chandragupta Maurya. It's saying, in the case of emperor's name, is believed to have originated from Moria after his presumed homeland on Moor Hill. Scholars consider this hill to be another reference to the sacred mountain of the Rig Veda. You see? But up here, it tell you that those ones are actually known as Moors as well. You see, going back to that root, M and R, you know, so I mean, here's another measure with the same reference to what I'm talking about. The name that remains Marua, More of Europe, Amar of Indian, the Jats are the Mauryans of Ashoka. You know, famed significant, the Egyptians have put it on record that the people Amaru, Amorites, come from the land of the Jati, the land of the Gutum, the ancient Sumerians, Babylonians, and Syrians. These are all still records that are put out here. You know, we went in on this particular measure here, family. That's the original picture of Ashoka. Look at it. Look at it. King Ashoka, ruler of the Indians, first empire known as the Moors Empire. Look it up. Mauryan, Moor, M&R, the root is present. Remember, it was under his edicts that, you know, corrections were brought on the manifest. Here's a descendant of Hagar, brother Agus Khan. This shows the root in connection with Hajar and Hagar when you deal with the etymology here. Look at the sun disk up here. Look at the Ankh. Look at the crescent. Look at the pyramid. This confirmed what Noble Drew Ali when he said that the Turks were descendants of Hajar, and that they were the chief protectors of Islamism, a religious creed of Mecca, still connected to the same root and same people. He's known as Dur Qarnayn in the Grand Quran. This is the one that actually bound up, you know, those special ones in the Caucasus Mountains, according to Surah 18. Right? Here's the measure here that deal with the Naga culture. You know what I mean? This is dealing with the Brahmanism that they was talking about. They say they didn't identify with that, so we ain't gonna even go into that area. But, you know, them Naga cultures in their history, it didn't go back, you know, as long as the brother said. In fact, it says, you know, the comparisons of the years go from 1000 BC to 901 BC. You know, and this is the worship of the Naga serpent cult in India. I showed, you know, the origin of the Tefnic script and showed the Mozabites, who are also known as the Mari. I didn't say that. That was just said here in this particular measure. The new mixed cultures that live and began to do trade and contacts in the Iberian Peninsula and became ancestors of the historic Mari, which were the Moors again. You see? Man. Here's another map right here in another book. Mauritania supports a population of about 2,500,000. You see that? 40% of which is mixed, more African, 30% Mar, and 30% African. So that means mostly all the people over there are Asiatic. See that right there? Here in Hebrew, family, what they like to call Hebrew anyway. Look at what the word that they have for Ethiops. More, right? Here's the definition now. Now we can get to them dictionaries. This was from Aldous Manifold Cyclopedia of Knowledge and Language, 1890. Moor, Marus, inhabitant of eastern part of Africa, from Marus, Moorish, black. They got Mar, cold, dust, Mare, Moor, a native of Africa, called by the name, right? Or by the ancient Romans, Mauritania. They say from the color of the people, the word meaning literally country, dark complexion people. One of the people from Africa, Arabic descent of followers of Muhammad, the Arabian prophet who conquered Spain in the 8th century. Moors below, Moorish. The people called Moors. Look at that, family. Here's a measure from the works of our brother Ivan van Sertima, the golden age of the Moors. The name Maori has been said was first used for one of the several dozen black tribes that occupied North Africa even before the Christian era. The tribe itself included several clans, including the Maori Mazazis, I guess that's how they pronounced it, the Maori Baris, the Maori Bugada, the Maori Gentani. It says, it is one of these clans, the Baris or the Bavaris, whose name was frequently amended to Barbaris or Berbers in the ancient Roman texts. You see? So all these other names, they came up with, but Maori was always there on the manifest, family. And coming to a close, here's another source, and this source is from 1787. Adam Henderson in the Historical Chronological Deduction on the Commerce from the earliest accounts. And that's a lot to read. I ain't going to read it all. And that's a whole lot to read. But they give history on the Mar. This is one of the oldest, out of all of them that I have. The ancient Mar, from which the name Mar, it speaks on which we write the word Moors derived. The proper country of the Moors, So it goes into Egypt, Libya, and Africa. Talk about the Moors being in Mecca and everything. Aleppo, India. I mean, man, this is overkill, family. This is overkill when it comes to bringing this measure on the manifest. Mari. It's another old definition before they remixed them. Mauritania, a Moor, Marus. Moors, Moorish, Mauritania. It goes on Morocco, Tangentania, or whatever. It says Mauritania, Maurisia. You see? Maurasian. You see? African. Look, Mauritanians, Moray, more. I mean, need I say more? I don't really need to say more, but I am. Because we're going to put this demonstration on the manifest and make sure when you say something about the Moors from now on, you make sure you quote us right. Mauritania, ancient division of northern Africa, originally a northwest angle of the continent between the Atlas Mountains and the Mediterranean, of which modern Morocco forms a part. Before the Roman conquest, it included the territory of East Algiers. The inhabitants named the Mari may have been of Berber origin, and their name has been perpetuated in that of the Moors. See also Africa, races of Africa, prehistoric peoples, Moors. Europe ethnology migrations map. Under the Roman Sea, Africa, ancient and medieval civilization, Roman occupation. It's going into other areas where people came to occupy our land. Moray, or Mori, Moors, Numidians, Africa. And this is from the book 1923, another classical source, The New Learned History, page 5,500. Last but not least, they say, well, show me a picture of the Mari if they exist. Oh, yeah, we got that for you, too. That's the actual picture or bust of the Mari. Notice it's 8, just like they have the 8 deities mentioned in the teachings of the cosmology of Kemet. But look at the headdresses. Remember I showed you the Mesurah. They was demonstrating the same thing. The Mari, they was with the locks in their head. You see? Look at them features. Good and well. Look at the hair. Them ain't no Europeans. Stop it. There's also a place, that I could show, but all is well. You see the headdress there. But look, we see the same headdress, a hairdo here in this case, that correspond with that of the Mari, right? But then it states, as we just read it, that corresponds with what we were saying earlier. That's Ivan Van Sertima again. All right. In the last few slides we have here, this particular book called Inventing the Berbers, they let you know that the name Berber was a misnomer that was applied to the Moors by the Arabs, basically. But the real name for them was Mari. It talks about that in here. The Berbers of the Arabs are the Moors of the Romans. According to this understanding, instead of conquering the Berbers, the Arabs conquered the Moors, the Mari. And it's a reason why they translated and tried to run from the term Mari, because when we were calling ourselves the Demari, meaning Moorish gods, being that they were Muslim, good and well them Arabs wasn't going to call us no gods. So they're like, oh, y'all barbarians. And that's why they translated the word Moor as Berber. So it wasn't the Latins and the Romans, it was the Arabs that actually put that title on us. This is one of the oldest, is where I ain't even, look at it. You can see it still in a lot of the other languages. But Mar, Ethiops, Niger, you see? More, Equus, Badius, Equus, Niger, More, Beli Mori, Beli Morum, Moorland, Ethiopia, Africa. This is what they were referring to Moorland as. Moorman, Ethiops, which is they call it Ethiops, the Cushite land. Come on, man. Huh? Need I say more? No. But last but not least, then you have all these German terms that they talking about, that they like to refer to, which came forth in the simple forms of more, dark, which means dark, Old German, Mar, Mari, More, Maru, Mora, More, and then the English, More, More, Mari, Maro, More, German, Mahur, More, in French, Mare, More, Mareu, Old German. Man, they just went on with a bunch of etymology, but these all dealing with people, and families, so to speak. These were mostly found, if you go into the history of England, and you'll see a lot of coats of arms, and they would have these particular names on them. They were referred to our people by these different names. So at this particular time, family, I'm bringing this to a close, but I can't bring it to a close without mentioning this particular portion. Oh, man. Okay, so I just did that whole demonstration, and I didn't have my stuff up here. Wow. But praise be to the Most High. What I'm going to do, I'm going to put this PDF out there to you. If you come to my, for some reason, it stopped sharing my screen. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to send this PDF to all of you with all this information on it and running by it. In worst case scenario, I'll rebuild it again. But if I send this PDF to you, you will be able to get it, and you can actually look at this PDF alongside of this particular measure. Most likely I end up probably going back over it, but a little briefer, just to make sure I got it up here on the record. I went hard, but I got all this information up here. So we'll get it back to you. And so at this time, I'm going to go ahead and close this measure out. And I give honors to you, those who were patient enough to sit here and listen to this measure that I was demonstrating, and I wish I could have got a call from somebody or something to let me know, in the chat or something that I wasn't showing the pictures. So honors to y'all, because we still got this measure to bring on the manifest for you to see. Like I said, I send all these documents to you. And I'm gonna end up probably redoing this here because that's how much love I got for my people. Probably try to make it a little more less extensive. And with that being said, family, I made my point in reference to a lot of them other individuals that we're talking about. But again, if you are looking at this video and you want the PDF, to everything that I just stated, I have it for you. Matter of fact, I'm finna see if I can do something real quick. I'm gonna see if it will allow me to pass this link. I want to see if it allow me to pass this link over here. Let's see. I'm gonna see if I can pass this link to you all. Trying something that ain't never really been tried before. Okay, so I'm copying this and I'm finna paste it down here. And I don't know if you can get that, but what I'm gonna do, if not, I'm gonna send this PDF out to you per request. And like I said, I wonder, is it a way that I can actually upload it in this video some type of way and maybe put it in there in a comparison? I might be able to do it if I get with somebody that know. So at this time, I'm gonna just say peace and love to your family. It's been well, it's been grand, and we just say we depart with love and law. We just trying to get our people to see the truth. This is not a measure to try to tear them down, but to build them up. So we say Islamism without the schism. Like I said, probably later on today, I may end up just getting back in here. So if you see me on the live, we'll go back in and set these measures out here for our Moorish kin to see. So gratitude for your company, family. Islamism without the schism. Shemo Tepu. Unqua Jet Sanel, life, health, and prosperity be upon you all. Till the next time, Moorish movement, divine movement, everlasting movement.